Hello, beautiful people. And thank you all for joining us this evening or afternoon or morning or whatever the hell time it is for all of you. I am joined by a pack of Australians who have been kind enough to come together to bring us up to date on the things that are going on in Oz. It's been quite some time since I've done a stream really of any sort looking into anything going on down there. Probably the last time was before my friend Tim died. So it's long overdue to take a look at what's happening there. Of course, you know, everything being backwards and the seasons being all hopelessly screwed up down there, it's easy to forget that they exist, but indeed they do and are worthy of our attention as fellow Europeans far flung across the globe. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and introduce everybody here right after I do my boilerplate stuff. And as we go through one by one, in addition to introducing yourselves, if you could also tell people, you know, do an initial shill so that people can know more about you, know where to find your stuff, how to connect with you, that kind of thing. And yeah, and we'll take it from there. But very quickly, first, please do follow this channel, Semigog, as well as A Safer Space. There are, in fact, two channels here on YouTube. The other one is called A Safer Space. It's got a whole bunch of content from a middle period when my main channel was shut down. And both of those channels with additional videos that are not available on YouTube are over on BitChute. And quite a bit of it is over on Odyssey. I certainly hope you will subscribe over on Odyssey as well, Twitter, Telegram, all that good stuff. Links are in the description below for all that, as well as my two books. One is a collection of poems, Cinders from the Bloomery of Youth. The other one is a dystopian sci-fi set in the year 2076, where a book thief named Alaric McBroom is pursued by remorseless corporate hitmen and an esoteric sect of assassins. You can check that out. Both the links are down below in the description. Also, there are some links for our guests. Now, they're going to tell you more about themselves in just a moment. But there are links below for starters. The only one missing is Lady of Shalot's link. I'm excited to announce that she will be forming her own YouTube channel, or just has, but we're going to have to get a link for that. I did not have time before the show to plug that in because I didn't have it. So hopefully by the end of this, you'll see her link down below. So do in the... I'm going to go ahead and give Lady of Shalot a wrench. Why have I not done this before?
Where's my wrench?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Type something so I can see you on here, and I'll give you a wrench so you can raise all kinds of hell, Chris Gard.
I don't want a wrench. I don't want a wrench. I want a spanner.
A spanner. Crocodile clips, not alligator clips. Torch, not flashlight. Right. Okay, so yeah, I've done all my initial blathering. Everybody who's watching, please stay tuned because we're going to be talking about what's going on in Australia. And let me know in the chat if there's any problems, if there are any problems with the audio or anything like that as we go forward. So let's get started with Mr. Chris Gard, who's a channel on YouTube I very much recommend. Great music. He's also Chris Gard the Bard for Academic Agents channel as well, producing great music over there. How you doing, Chris? Thanks for joining us. What's the word, mate?
Doing wonderfully, sir. You know, we do exist. I'm telling you, we do exist. It's a real place. My good friend Panama Hat insists that Australia is not real. He believes I'm a Fed because Australia cannot possibly exist because of the ridiculousness of its composition and its position on the earth. How else, you know, how can you explain that we don't just drop into the universe for being upside down? But we do have strong magnets on our shoes, and it keeps us very firmly on the ground. So don't worry. Yeah, we are doing very well. I'm up in North Queensland, the tropical part of Australia, and it's a nice, cool, drizzly day that will soon morph into an extremely humid and extremely
Rich.
hot day. So yes, it's all is well here, sir. Thank you for having me on.
And shill your various things. Don't forget.
Of course. I mean, I suppose anyone that listens to you would probably be familiar with my stuff. I mean, you might have some other people, but as you said, I make a lot of music for UO and Academic Agent in general. Is advertisements. I just do it for fun because it's quite easy, and he actually appreciates my humor, so it works well. And yeah, my channel is it should be linked in the description there. So I took a bit of time off from making music because I was working a lot, but now I've got a daughter on the way. She is going to be born very soon, so I'm going to be taking a lot of time off. So lots of music will be coming as well. Yeah, that's me.
Well, definitely check it out, ladies and gentlemen, because there's great stuff. There's sea shanties, old military songs. He's done some collaboration with Panama Hat. But Chris Gard, can you move as a sort of sergeant at arms through the remaining Australians and perhaps choose who comes next and introduce him or her?
Well, I'll introduce. Actually, no, he might still be getting a coffee. I was going to introduce the other native-born Australian, even though he's a med. But we'll move on to our Pommy.
Fucking meds.
We'll move on to our Pommy Australian, my good friend Iron Duke, which I do streams with occasionally, and we've done history streams together. Very much enjoy his company. So introduce yourself, mate.
Good day. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction, Chris. Yeah, I moved to Australia in 2000 from South Africa, and I'm really an Englishman who's like masquerading as a frontiersman. So, I do a regular stream most Saturdays called Splendid Isolation, which often features Chris and sometimes other people. Looks at Britain and the old Commonwealth, so basically Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and back in the day that used to include South Africa, where I lived for 15 years. And also I've got a series at the moment. We're number 3 is coming up with Chris, which is on Australian history. So if you're into that stuff, keep an eye out on my channel, which is 99 Iron Duke on YouTube.
Yes, a link for that in the description below. Thanks very much for joining us, Iron Duke. And
man, I've wanted to do a stream with you for ages, Sammy, because I think you're one of the more intelligent people in our sphere.
Well, thank you, sir. I do thank you, and again, very happy to have you on. Chris, who comes next? Sergeant?
Next up, Lady of Shalott, a very dear friend of ours in every single chat on every video I think I've ever watched for the past year as a moderator.
Oh, God, yeah. It's a dirty
not very
job.
often. Not very often. Not very often you see your name that isn't blue with a wrench next to it.
Oh gosh, I know. I'm really, really privileged and very blessed. I first came to Australia over 20 years ago as a PhD student. I was in Adelaide, and I ended up living there for 2 years at South Australia, which was then one of the more conservative of the Australian states. I ended up marrying an Aussie, and then we eventually came back here and settled in Melbourne in Victoria, which is the Death Star of Australia. It's the most left wing. It is it's the Death Star. It's the most left wing. It's very, very, very progressive. We have a premier who prides himself on the fact that Victoria is the California of the Southern Hemisphere, if that gives you some clue as to what it's like. It's like a lot of people, we're here because of work. I mean, that's the trade-off here, that the work will be in the cities, but the cities are really poisonous.
Yep.
And it's very, very sad. So it's difficult. You know, my children are dual nationals. I'm told I'm a POM. I was born in Northern Ireland, but apparently I still qualify as a POM because I always thought POMs had to be strictly speaking English.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But I've been corrected on that. But I'm proud to be a POM. It's a great thing. Australia's a fantastic country, and it just makes me sad to see that it has changed, even in the space of 20 years. And I think for people who, like Chris, and certainly my husband notices it, anybody who's grown up here, the change is really marked.
Yeah.
And it's not a change for the better. The country's changing, and changing rapidly, and set to change even more rapidly. Yeah.
What you're saying about Adelaide is very true, because I mean it is called the city of churches, and
City of
you know,
churches.
once upon a time when you going around the city, you know, it's very clean, it's very ordered. Like even the structure of the city itself is very easy to navigate and very well ordered.
Yep.
It's not chaotic like Sydney or Brisbane. But yeah, I mean, once obviously that sort of last religious kind of cohort generation died off, or are too old to really have any sort of effective influence. Yeah, now it's just basically becoming Melbourne 2.0.
Oh, it's 100%. I mean, I was there last November. It's going to be another Melbourne, and that's heartbreaking. It really is.
Look, I've got to say two things here, guys. Sorry to interrupt. Vulpus Persona in the chat has said that Lady of Shalott is a top Sheila, which he is.
Thank you.
That, by the way, is what Australians call women, and it's meant very kindly. Like, you know, if you say she's a good Sheila, that means she's a really good girl. And the other thing I would say is, like, Adelaide is a perfect example of the destruction of Australia. It used to have the prettiest cricket ground in the whole of Australia, and they've partially ruined that. Even sorry, didn't mean to say anything too much.
No, and let's introduce our Mediterranean Australian, Mr. Furious Pertinax, the one.
If he's back from fetching a perfectly prepared espresso.
Yeah.
G'day.
You put on the percolator and everything, didn't you, Furious?
Yes, I have a San Marco machine, and I actually don't have a coffee. So I have to turn it on. So I will have to go make coffee afterwards. But that's fine. No, I'm well, thank you very much. And yes, I guess I'm that rare breed of imports who are of a European extraction, but we've and I'm sure you, Guard, and even Charlotte and Eindru can attest to the fact that Australia's got an interesting history with Southern Europeans, whereby obviously we still belong to this sort of broader European umbrella group, but there has been an intriguing history of us coming to Australia and sort of becoming part of Australia, and in some ways Australian culture adopting some of our cultural norms as we brought them here. But as time has gone on, and as Australia has become, shall I say, more diverse in the internationalist image, often Anglos and Meds have found themselves fighting the same battles. I find
Well, I mean,
we all feel accosted. You know what I mean?
You had a similar, or not similar, but an analog of the convict transportation, in that when the main sort of wave of like your Greeks and Italians that came over, a lot of them were in encampments, and the only way they could really enter into Australian society was to basically work their ass off and build themselves from the ground up. So inherent in your sort of growth as a people in the country, you are, like, by nature extremely hardworking, and that like they were always considered the most hardworking tradesmen through the 60s and 70s. The stereotype of the Greek that works 7 days a week and stashes all his money in his mattress.
Yeah, that's right. The Mediterranean bank is not going to the bank. It's the backyard.
Oh,
it's under the olive tree in a metal case that everyone forgets when grandpa dies. So
Chris, I tell you, I think 12 years ago now, I was getting the bus, and I did get a bus. I didn't fly. I got a bus from Brisbane to Melbourne, and I'm getting a taxi to the like Greyhound bus station. And the taxi driver asked me, he said, where you going, mate? So I said, I'm moving to Melbourne. And the dude says to me, there's so many beautiful Italian and Greek girls in Melbourne. You're going to be all right down there, man.
Based. Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, small problem with the flaming hoops they'll make you jump through, but yeah.
And
they'll make you work.
Before we proceed any further, I am going to gracefully give everyone on the panel here, and everyone in the chat, you're getting a W card for today. You may use the word WOG to describe the meds. You're getting a WOG card for free.
Nope. I have some med blood. I will not accept it. That side of me will pull out a Lica Sapone or something. and begin
Furious.
perforating.
I had an Italian British dude as a mate in the army, and do you know what his joke used to be?
Oh God, do tell.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard it a million times. He used to say, and like I said, he was an Italian dude in the British Army. Well, Italian background from the British Army, and he used
Because
to
there
say,
there are a few of them up there, aren't they? There are quite a few Italians in Britain, aren't there? Yeah.
Yep. He used to say, "How do you tell if spaghetti is real Italian spaghetti?"
Oh God.
And you would say, "I have no idea," and he would say, "Well, you throw it up against the wall, and it goes whop."
The version I heard was, how do you tell when the Italian Air Force's helicopters are passing overhead and it's whop, 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 whop. Yeah. Lots lovely Italian jokes. Yeah, my crazy old grandfather would have been smashing people's heads for saying the word dago. He was quite violent when he heard such words. Yes.
Was he of the swarthy Moorish Southern Italian streak, or was he?
Oh hell no! All
Germanic
Tuscan blood. Thank you. Not Germanic, Etruscan, and old Italian. Yeah, probably had some Sardinian blood in there too. Yeah.
Paleo-Italic.
No.
Hey, Semigog.
Yes, Paleo-Italic. Yes. Well, so really, folks, this is going to be mates. This is going to be your car to drive. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. This is going to be your car to drive. From my perspective, I've been watching things that are going on down there because there is, the whole business of, Chinese influence is one of these aspects, further militarization and cooperation with the U.S. military against a resurgent China, the idea of not nuclear armed, but nuclear powered submarines. So there's kind of that aspect being dragged in as part of the Five Eyes picture. That's one thing I'm curious about. Another thing I'm curious about is the way in which Australia seems to be pissed off that New Zealand is becoming more of a police state, so that Australia seems to be trying to do everything it can to make New Zealand second place in that respect. And all kinds of just horrific state tyranny type shit. I mean, to just call a spade. And then also there just as another one to throw in there, and of course, in addition to whatever things you people who are down there would want to discuss, there's also a Cardinal that just recently died.
Cardinal Pell. Yeah, that was a huge controversy. Yes, indeed. He recently had hip replacement surgery and then suddenly just dropped dead with cardiac arrest. Yep.
Good Lord. Well,
he's a man who the media have had their crosshairs on for decades, and
the ABC, ABC,
yeah, exactly.
And one reporter, feminist Louise Milligan, just really made it her business to persecute him for the past 5 years. Yeah.
And they literally couldn't wait to dance on. I mean, you got to think he doesn't even have a gravestone yet, and already there's been a song and a dance about him in every headline. Actually, Semi, you might have seen what I copied into one of the chats.
I did. That's the only reason I know.
It is so gratuitous as to the way in which you have these. And I mean, we'll on the panel here, we'll probably largely agree. Sometimes we might have small differentiations of interpretation of things, but we'll definitely all agree on the fact that there are all but a few sort of segments or buttresses of old Australia left of a the phraseology of being homesick for a place that no longer exists, right? Someone like Cardinal Pell resembled that old country that people respected, like the older version of Australia that was held in high esteem, and all these sort of new progressive forces that have risen and have grown teeth and have become increasingly savage, and I use the word gratuitous, quite freely to describe these individuals. Frankly, couldn't wait. And he's an elderly man; he's 81, and there's not the slightest ounce of decency as to how this event has been handled. It has been so sickening. And I mean, we know to expect from these creatures what they are like. We shouldn't be surprised, but even though we are not surprised, the dense gravy, the grave dancing about Cardinal Pell is just sickening to the core, and it's another fine example that you can't negotiate with people that hate you. Like, it's just
Mhm.
here we go.
Yeah, and like everything that I've heard, not just from you, but I always just assumed it was biased. But I literally knew nothing about George Pell, even when it was happening, because I was completely switched off from the media and whatever was going on with that. But basically, everything I've heard was to suggest that it was literally impossible for him to have done what he was accused of doing. So, yeah.
Mm.
I mean,
And-
Well,
and-
a lot of allegations, but like with no proof at all, as far as I can work
Yeah.
out. But, yeah.
Well, they generally,
Precisely.
that never stops them. So
From a legalistic perspective, essentially there was no corroborating evidence. There was essentially what were accusations that boiled down to hearsay, and the few allegations that were taken seriously were basically contextually impossible. The thing that God is referencing is he was accused of having diddled a child, an altar boy in a sacristy in the Sydney Cathedral. Now, I mean, as someone who's been associated with church my entire life, and obviously as a Catholic as well, like if you actually see what a bishop would wear, right? Like, this is just like one factor of it. If you saw what a bishop would wear giving mass on, I think it was like Easter or Christmas, it was like a big Catholic, festival day
Yes,
sort of
yeah.
thing. And you go, and the Sydney Cathedral is one of the largest churches in this country. There would be people teeming everywhere. There would simply just be not the time to do it. And even accepting the fact that he attempted to try it, a priest or a bishop getting out of their vestments or trying to make it happen is just actually impossible within like this 3-4 minute time frame in which it's alleged to have occurred. And there's no
it's
evidence,
supposed to
there's
have
no
happened
proof,
in-
there's no witnesses.
That's right. There's no witnesses. It's supposed to have happened in 5 minutes with the door open the whole time. I mean, it's just unbelievable. But
I'm
the
an
APABC
agnostic.
really-
I'm an agnostic, and like I always found the allegations pretty unlikely, to be honest. I find it amusing that someone like Pell will get accused of this, that, and the other, but trans story hour is okay. Chemically castrating young boys is okay. But yeah, Cardinal Pell was really evil. I have grave doubts about those accusations, I have to say.
it's the usual, clown world madness. Well, is there a way to summarize Pell, since we've gotten this far into it, just for viewers who don't have a background? Maybe we can just cover this quickly and then move on to some of these other themes, whichever you want to address first.
I just think he was an old-fashioned Irish Australian Catholic, really. And I don't know anything particularly bad about him, really.
What I would say is that Pell was seen as probably one of the best, because he was actually quite a prolific writer. I think the two people who from the Catholic Church, from the clergy in Australia, who are probably to my knowledge, who are the most prolific writers of, say, Catholic teaching and of theology and to some degree of church history, would be Cardinal Pell and one Archbishop Barry Hickey, who's a West Australian bishop. And they were both held in high esteem in Rome, certainly under the previous two popes, not this present fellow who is there. But Cardinal Pell was appointed to one of the highest positions of the, I'm trying to think of how to describe this. Essentially, the what you'd call the the Privy Council, like in the the chancellery of the British royal court, so to speak, where he was in charge of the purse and of accounting for papal finances. And it was actually, there's an interesting sort of backstory, and I don't probably know enough to give you a certain answer to this, but Benedict being sort of conveniently stepping aside for Francis coincides with Pell actually discovering a large degree of financial mismanagement and hidden funds and sort of, shall I say, monetary malfeasance within the Vatican, within the Holy See. And once Francis became Pope, people like Pell got very much pushed aside for these sort of more novo auto types to take the helm. But definitely, you know, you got to think for Pell to be appointed to such a high position as an Australian bishop would mean that he was held in quite high esteem, and certainly the more traditionalistic and conservative parts of the Vatican.
Yeah, he was opposed. Obviously, he was opposed to gay marriage. I mean, as you know, Australia had a vote on that a while ago and accepted it. He was opposed to that. He just wasn't trendy. He wasn't with the program. He wasn't with where they want to take religion. So he just had to go. I think that's a lot. He was just too old school, and they just didn't like him.
Yeah, that's right. One thing I just want to say quickly on this point, because you know it's always good to sometimes offer references to people, is that if you go on YouTube after this stream, of course, not now, but afterwards, there's a very interesting interview, or actually kind of a debate, and it's between Richard Dawkins, who we all know, and Cardinal Pell. They actually did a question time in Australia about, I think it was about 10 years ago, maybe sort of 8-9 years ago. And what's interesting about that is that if you think about the internet discourse that has occurred between sort of that debate and now, you really sort of see this angle. I suppose all of us have far clearer eyes, having, you know, being able to look back from now to 10 years ago, and you kind of see this sort of what we would call like Reddit tier sort of fedora tipping arguments that Dawkins offers. But even though that's the case, and even though the audience is mostly hostile to Pell, the man actually still holds himself with esteem. He still has gravitas. He still argues points. And rather than actually trying to like fall into these, you know, traps of lexicon as people like Dawkins would set out, you know, with you know, people like him and Sam Harris, you know, the kind of grift that they've made their careers on, Pell still actually argued with a degree of intellectual force, which is sometimes uncommon among clergy. And there's no doubt that the man was actually quite learned. And if one is to respect, you might say, old world thinkers, to use as Lady Charlotte has described him, Pell is definitely an outstanding exemplar of that in his own way.
100%. I just like that Furious says gravitas, which is like an old Roman term, of course. So cool.
Yes. Well, is there anything further to add on the lamentable passing of Pell?
No, I mean, I'd say that it really would have been his opposition to the LGBT stuff that it seemed to be at the center of the establishment's like hatred of him. Because I mean, even if you look up his his background on Wikipedia or something, that seems to be central to their disapproval of him. And
100%, Chris, 100%. That was the main deal.
Yeah. But other than that, I know nothing about the man, unfortunately. So,
well, you can't have people contradicting, that
the
which
message
is inscribed, upon the new tablets.
Yes.
I remember voting no to gay marriage in Australia, but unfortunately, I was a minority position.
Yeah, well, whatever voting is worth these days anyway.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. So.
Well, when everyone's forced to vote in elections, then the vote's nothing, isn't it? It's not worth anything.
You will vote for the party. You will vote for the marriage. You will vote for the, you will vote. Otherwise, you go to prison.
100%.
On that happy note, let's turn to some other cause for celebration.
Sorry.
What would you guys say is the next thing we should cover that kind of looms large in all your eyes in terms of things that have been developing down there, that particularly things that people off in the West, Europe and Canada, the US might not know about?
Well, Lady of Shalott has a lot of things to talk about with this that she wants to bring up. And just to sort of coincide with a lot of that, I do have, you would have seen them, those 3 videos that I brought up into the presentation for. So just sort of, I don't know, play them whenever you want. They're just short clips, but yeah, Lady will be able to explain it better than me.
Just I'm sorry, Lady of Shalott. Just if you do want me to play any of this, just give me the signal so I know.
Could I say one thing before Lady of Shalott does her stuff, on which she is brilliant? And I'd just like to say the reason Lady of Shalott is so good at this is she's a married lady with children. And like a good mother should, she has looked into all this to try and protect her children, which is what mothers are supposed to do.
Yep, indeed. Well, I think for a lot of the people watching this, I mean, now Australia's now the land of lockdowns, which is not what people used to think of Australia as being like. People, when I grew up in the UK, I always thought Australia was a very easygoing place. It was just barbecues and not sunshine and a laid-back lifestyle. And in reality, it's a very, very authoritarian nation, and you can trace that back, as we know, to the roots of how it was created as a penal colony, and it always has had a history of strong policing. But that really came into sharp focus in the past 2 years with the COVID lockdowns. As you'll know, Melbourne had the longest lockdown in the world. They had 262 days of lockdown, which is kind of equivalent to about 9 months continuous, but it wasn't continuous. We actually had about six lockdowns here. And they got more severe. The restrictions got worse. We had curfews. I'm in Melbourne, Iron Dukes in Victoria as well. I'm furious. In this part of in metropolitan Melbourne, we had curfews, so you weren't allowed to be outside after 8 p.m. between the hours of 8 p.m.
Famously, even a camp called Camp Well Camp.
Well.
I can't even imagine something
Camp
more
Welcome.
dystopian and freakish.
Yeah.
Camp.
Yeah. Australia decided to pursue, and particularly here in Victoria, they decided to pursue this insane zero COVID policy initially. And that the idea was that
Lady of Shalott, am I right in saying this camp that we're talking about was surrounded by high fences and barbed wire and had guards? It was very like a concentration camp.
Yeah.
No, allow me to emphasize, however, for Susan and other alert watchers, that we certainly would not contradict official government policy related to the COOF. We are simply acting as historians of a kind, offering a value-free analysis of the things that have happened here recently.
This is all in Minecraft, guys.
We agree with everything that the World Health Organization says. So.
We totally do agree with that. And Dictator Dan Andrews is a very good man.
Yeah.
And the fact that he
and a very handsome man.
He's great. He's great. And the fact that he used rubber bullets, the anti-terrorist police, tear gas, and pepper spray on 80-year-old ladies, well, absolutely quite correct, Susan. They all deserved it.
Yes, but all joking aside, certainly we would not contradict official government health policy. But yes, please go on, Lady of Shalott.
Yeah, well, this lockdown pretty much destroyed the lives of a lot of people here. It destroyed a lot of small business. I think you can say, yes, this happened all across the Western world, and it did. But I think here we seem to be on the sharp edge of it, and particularly in Victoria, and that's due, as Iron Dukes alluded to the fact that we have the most left-wing extreme government here. We have a premier who is just off the charts in terms of his progressiveness. He likes to speak for Victoria. We Victorians this, we Victorians that. He presumes to speak for everyone in the state. And by some miracle, he was re-elected just before Christmas in November, which is staggering. But then how much do elections mean nowadays? We just discussed that. Does it matter? But he was voted in again. But there are a hard core of supporters who, it's almost like a cult. There is a cult around Dan Andrews here, and the people who follow him do have cult-like thinking. And as with everywhere, there were a number of people who quite liked the lockdown, and they quite liked to see their neighbours being put into line. And I think it is an Australian characteristic to be quite focused on rules. I noticed that when I first came here, that some Australians like to point out to me that I couldn't do that, or I had to do it this way. And it's quite an unpleasant characteristic, and I don't like to say that it exists here, but I think it does, because I've been on the receiving end of it, because I was dobbed into the police by a neighbor for going out twice in one day. We were only supposed to go out once, and I went out twice to take my son for a walk, and that was against the COVID regulations. Yeah, it was a hellish time, and I think all of us who lived through it, looking back, almost, I don't know if Iron Duke and Furious feel like it, and Chris, but it's almost hard to believe that happened here. But then you can believe it when you think about it. In some ways, it made sense that this was the place that it would happen. Australia is hugely urbanized. Most of the population live in one of the 5 cities, and the cities are really, really quite poisonous.
Yeah, I mean,
most of the remaining area really is like a body smashing desert hellhole, right? I mean, is that accurate?
There's nice rural towns. In here in Victoria, there's lovely towns like Horsham, which are just nice country towns. But the truth of it is that most of the work and the well-paying work will be in the cities, and that is why most people, I mean, about 25 million people live in Australia. Most of those people, I think nearly half of those people are in New South Wales and Victoria, and most of those people will be in Sydney and Melbourne. And the cities are like these magnets that just draw people in, and they come for work, and that's it. And when they're here, they live in one of these vast sprawling suburbs. I live in one of these suburbs that just goes on forever.
And it's just it's completely fucking nonsensical too, because they come to these cities seeking higher paying jobs, but the cost of living in the city is like, it basically cancels out whatever extra money they would have made from a high paying job.
What people don't get about Australia, because they watch things like Crocodile Dundee and all this sort of stuff, all right? The vast majority of Australians do not live in the outback, which is a shame, because the outback Australians are really good. So are most of the rural Australians. But like almost half of Australia's population lives in Sydney and Melbourne.
Yeah, they do.
Australia is the most urbanized Western population in the world, and you've got to look at that. As I say, the outback Australians, and not all of inner Australia is a desert. There's a lot of semi-desert, and there's a lot of really good parts on
so
the
it could
East Coast.
support a much more population there. It's just
absolutely. Yeah, but people move away because it's a little town and they want to go to a big city. And like I say, I'd say almost half of Australia's population is just in Sydney and Melbourne.
Yeah.
And after that, you've got various other cities, you know. But the rural Australian population is still pretty based. But the Sydney and especially Melbourne are like just crazy left wing, as Lady of Shalott said earlier.
Absolutely.
Melbourne is like Australia's version of California.
It is. Really is. I mean, the rural populations will tend to vote for a party called the National Party here, which is a little bit more right wing and a bit more based, but the majority of people will be voting for Australian Labor Party or for the Liberals, which are Liberals are supposed to be the more kind of right wing conservative option. But as we know, there is no difference now between Labor and Liberal. They're basically the same. They're interchangeable.
Okay,
I mean, Scott Morrison, all of this tyranny happened under Scott Morrison's watch. He was the federal prime minister at that time, and he did nothing. He didn't even attempt to speak to Andrews. I think he was quite scared. I don't know if the guys agree, but I think Morrison was pretty intimidated and scared by Dan Andrews. Would never
So one thing to take away for sure for viewers is that you certainly have the whole uniparty theme going on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, completely.
I mean, the same with the UK. The only real difference between the two parties is one wants to tax you very high, and the other one will squabble over the most minute changes to the tax code. So, but I mean, with a Labor government here, you are guaranteed to have taxes go through the fucking roof, which is currently what's happening.
The taxes here. I mean, I'm someone who lived until the end of 2019. I lived in the UK. The taxes here are it's off the charts. It's insane. You will be taxed until you bleed. There will be all kinds of hidden charges that you haven't thought of. Like if you send your children to a state school, you'll have to pay fees just for even a government school. And those fees can be about 700, 800 Aussie dollars a year. That's just for a state school. So there's all these kind of hidden taxes.
You get fleeced from every direction.
Everywhere.
If you ever own a business and like try to run a business, you have to have an extremely skilled accountant, and you have to be consulting them regularly, because if you don't, even if you're paying like quarterly tax and you're trying to do everything right, you are still going to get a big fucking tax bill at the end, because there's all these other hidden fucking things that they put in there, and you just pull your hair out. And then the more you work, the harder you work, the the threshold clips you earlier, so you end up paying more tax. Put it this way, if you're going to be making money, you need to be putting away 45 to 50% to make sure that you don't get slogged.
100%. And Chris is the most true blue Aussie, and he works very hard. Like he's a roofer, apart from being an excellent musician, and you should go and check out his channel for that. But like he works as a roofer, does Chris, and so he knows all about small business, and everything he says is just 100% true about.
Even if wrong, still true. Furious is a hardworking farming boy, aren't you, Furious?
100, yeah. Also, and I'm sure he would also generally agree with Chris on that stuff.
That being said, you touched on it though, Guard, is that there is this increasing, and I've only noticed it ever since I'm sort of nearly 20 years out of school now, but from when I was at school to now, I'm noticing this increasing divergence between people who live in cities and people who live in the country, and this what feels like a gulf of culture. We often hear about it, and there's guys in our circles, it's Oron, Charlemagne, Prude, Semi as well. They talk about like how the United States is essentially sort of two increasingly hostile interpretations of Americana trying to live with each other within the same country, and it's just not working. I think there's perhaps less or rather it's more lopsided, I think, in Australia, just because there's so much urbanization, and there's I suppose there's a few if you look at, say, like the East Coast, you have places, like regional cities. You have, Newcastle, Townsville. I mean, they're coastal, but they're not cities. You have places like Wagga Wagga, Bendigo, Ballarat, etc. That Broken Hill, that are sort of moderately sized places, but even
wait.
Wagga Wagga.
Wagga Wagga.
Yeah.
Wagga Wagga.
Wow. That sounds like that should get like a channel strike for saying the name of the place.
We got
Sorry, go on.
Susan, I promise we're not swearing.
You guys have no idea on some of the names of Australian towns.
Yeah, we got Woolloomooloo, we got Toowoomba. Wagga Wagga's a good one.
Cox Edge,
Cox Edge.
Dick's
Chinaman Creek.
Wow. Okay, sorry, sorry.
Carry on.
No, you're right. We're sort of like, in the United States. I mean, I'm not saying this to sort of tell you guys about your own country, you know better than I, but if you leave the coast, you still have these centers, sort of semi-urban cities and state capitals, outside the coasts, that aren't inundated with that sort of California, New York, what is that sort of liberal progressive coastal mindset. Whereas in Australia, we just don't have that. We've had such a rapid and massive depopulation of our regional centres. I mean, for instance, right, to use a really obvious example is from WA, where for a long time Kalgoorlie was the second largest city in the state after Perth, right? And Kalgoorlie was the centre of one of the biggest gold rushes, on the planet. I mean, when people think of the gold rush, they either think of, like Man from Snowy River, Northern Victoria. Sort of.
Does that Kalgoorlie have the biggest or the best golf course in Australia? Am I thinking of the right one?
I actually don't know. I'll have to ask my old man.
I believe
He would know.
the mayor of Kalgoorlie got into some trouble because they have a major Indigenous youth crime problem, as every fucking place in Australia does. But
not as bad as Alice Springs.
no, but because he spent something like 20 million upgrading their golf course, but everyone was screaming and crying for setting up youth centers for all the disaffected youth to go and play activities and eat cupcakes and be friendly and merry with one another. And I think he realistically just says, yeah, I'm going to spend that money on that, and it's not going to do jack shit, or I can spend it on making this prestigious golf course even better. So all the big wigs in Australia come here and pour money into it.
Precisely, which makes sense for Kalgoorlie, because it's a center of, like, even today, it's a center of mining. There's actually natural resources that get taken from these large open cut mines that exist out in sort of Kalgoorlie and Coolgardie. And the other thing is too, you probably know this, God, but Kalgoorlie is the place in Australia with the largest number of legal brothels per capita in the country.
No, I didn't know that, but that's funny.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's a mining town. What do you expect?
That's right. Yeah. And it's had that record for I think 70, 80 years. So
nice.
But I digress.
Brothels are legal in Australia, by the way, guys, but they're always in some crappy industrial area somewhere.
And of course, Duke, that they were allowed to stay open during the lockdowns when I was unable to take my children to buy a pair of shoes because I'm not vaccinated. You could go.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Oh yes,
sorry.
Because they derive
coitus with masks on.
Income. Yeah, tax.
Yeah, that's right. So you get these places like Kalgoorlie that were bustling centers of all forms of commerce, as we've since alluded to, in the last sort of 100 years or so and even beyond. But nowadays, there are places on the coast of Western Australia that are larger than Kalgoorlie. Kalgoorlie is actually probably like the fourth or fifth largest settlement in Western Australia now. Places like Geraldton are larger, places like Albany are larger, places like Bustleton and Bunbury are larger. So there's been this massive sort of almost sort of evaporation from these urban centers that just don't have. And the problem with, say, small towns, because there's a whole bunch of these where this has happened, is the shop will close. It will lose its local mechanic, right? Because there's not enough vehicles to service, and then the shop will close. And then because the shopkeeper's family is no longer there, they're not hiring 3-4 staff, and then the school closes. And if the school closes, then other people have to send their children to other schools, which means that there's not enough commerce in the town. And there are, and this is true. I'm sure it's true in rural New South Wales. It's definitely true in Queensland, because I've spent time in Queensland. I've also spent time in WA, obviously, and there's just scores of towns that have suffered the same fate.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, there's just this crowding in the cities. I mean, it's quite famous that Perth is known as the most isolated city in the world, and it's actually also one of the most sprawled. It is essentially the size of Los Angeles with a fraction of its population.
Yeah, and one of the biggest cuts, like one of the main things that gutted sort of rural Australia was just this epidemic of, the children of farmers and the children of people who own large agricultural lots and have large businesses. The children have no interest in inheriting these businesses. They just move to the city, and so begins that rift between the generations.
Become
as well.
midwits.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the writing's on the wall with agriculture, isn't it? So it's not really their fault, but by the same token, that was one of the biggest blows to that sort of intergenerational aspect of rural Australia. So
precisely right. And I just as I got back after making my coffee, I just caught you talking about tax, God, and people who work hard. It's amazing that when my family arrived in Australia in the 50s, and my so my grandfather and then when they reached age, my two uncles and my dad all acquired what they call CP blocks, crown plots essentially, and they were conditional. So you had to clear the land, you had to make it productive within a certain number of years. I think it might have been 3 or 4. I'd have to ask my dad for clarification. And if a farmer didn't do that, then it would revert back to Crown land. You'd essentially have to walk off your farm. Like, it was,
Yeah.
it's not like a handout today. It was extremely conditional, and in order to meet those conditions, one had to work bloody hard.
Yeah.
You know, I still amaze myself when I sort of drive out to, you know, whether I'm visiting family or, you know, whatever, and I just see these vast paddocks that were once all bushland. They were sort of mallee and jarrah and all these, you know, huge trees. And actually mallees are small, but, you know, like this is all bushland that's been cleared by men with axes, essentially. And yeah, you know, and you know, it was a hard life, but so many of these people, and I mean, even people who were in Australia before my family arrived, all did the same thing. They went out there, they cleared bush, and it was, and for anyone who is unaware of this, I mean, Australia climatically is quite a hostile place. If you can imagine, you somewhere say like New Mexico or Arizona, it's like that, but across like 70% of our landmass. You know, it's extremely harsh climates. And we joke about it. We joke and meme about it, but it is a hard place to set yourself up. And thankfully, a large number of people did. You know, whether they were English immigrants and settlers and Irish, you know, Celtic, Scottish extraction, whether they're Italians or Greeks or Croats, because a lot of those Southern Europeans came here sort of like around World War I, World War II, and immediately afterwards. And this is, we joked at the start of the stream, I was saying to Guard, like how like Meds and Anglos have kind of come together because we both both groups feel, well, we kind of feel almost hostile to, you know, like our institutions have turned against us, and diversity means everyone accept us. You know, it's our extractions that really built Australia in their own way.
That's
and
exactly right.
Others have come since, and well, they do a couple of things. They sort of leech off the productivity of those that are here. Not everyone, but you know, a large proportion. And then they lecture us about how evil we are. Meanwhile, they seek to actually take from us what we have earned. And that is a terrible trifecta of circumstances to be faced with.
And that brings us back around to taxes, does it not, Furious? You were going to make a point about that.
Oh, yes, I was. So you have these families who start with nothing. They migrate here, and in my family's case, didn't speak the language, etc. And my dad actually he lived through and worked 60 consecutive harvests. And then when he eventually chose to retire, and we sold our farm last year, like what was the family home farm, is that just everything that's sold, you know, the you know, whether it's land, whether it's vehicles, because you know, obviously when you sell a farm, you have tractors and harvesters and combines and all this equipment that you need in order to engage in farming. The taxman just comes along and takes 50%. You know, like, you know, the government largesse will spend this money, and I hate to do this to you, Sammy, like but like they spend so much money on bullshit, on vacuous, you know, unproductive. And as we know, like as we've discovered with like democracies and how, you know, parties and constituencies kind of have this sort of unholy alliance with each other, where sort of, you know, everyone plays favorites, and handouts are basically paying off political favors to constituencies. Right? So that all occurs. Meanwhile, you get these hardworking people, whether it's you, Chris, as a roofer, whether it's people who are tradies, or, you know, people just in an honest living. I know you're in the forces, Iron Duke. I believe not in Australia though. You're in the British forces, right?
Oh, sorry, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was in the British and South African forces. By the time I arrived in Australia, I'd had enough.
Yeah. Okay, okay, fair enough. But the point is made that you've been a hardworking man, and I mean, I'm sure you and your husband earn an honest living as well. And there are people who do that here, right? And then just are eviscerated by, well, you guys in America have the IRS, we have the ATO, it's the same thing, right? They hound good people in order to like create, generate wealth for the government so they can spend on their programs and on their favorites. And that is one factor that has absolutely eviscerated agricultural and regional Australia.
Yes.
Is that they are just lent on, because no matter how good or bad the season is, there's no respite. And unlike, say, in America and Europe, our agriculture is not subsidized. And I have seen too many farmers to count who have either, or not seen myself, but I've heard of, either have committed suicide, have ended up in institutions, have walked off their farms, have barely had enough money to buy a small unit in a city, and can't support their kids. Or it's just a story as that has repeated itself time and again.
Could I ask you, like,
sure,
as for preference, I live in rural Australia, but I can't always do so. But could I ask you, as someone outside looking in. As far as I can work out, like Australia, more than most other countries, depended on the money it made from agriculture.
You've heard the phrase, haven't you?
Yeah, it's destroying
about how the Australia was built on the back of the sheep and the farmer. Yeah,
100%. And as far as I can work out, the Australian government have spent most of their time destroying the real basis of Australia's wealth. I mean, there's a reason. Click Go the Shears, which Chris Garb will know. Very famous Australian tune about sheep shearing. That's why that was so famous, because Australian wealth was based on that stuff.
Exactly.
Well, the manufacturing's gone. Manufacturing's gone. Even the big one, of course, which I noticed when I moved back, was Holden, which Australia had its own manufacturing company. Holden's gone, which I thought was just disgusting and heartbreaking.
And Marcus, they they sort of had those government derived campaigns of Beyond Blue for men, like trying to reach out to farmers that are, we've got this problem, like all these farmers are really depressed. It's probably because they're all isolated and lonely, and they just need therapy. And it's like no, it's because their fucking livelihood's being destroyed and they have nothing. Like no legacy left because you're just ripping it away from them.
Precisely.
A man is made to produce, and a man is made to master, and a man is made to hand down.
Also,
take that away from
you've got to read people like Banjo Parson, and Banjo came from the name of his favorite horse. That's because he was a big time horse lover. And one of the things that like Americans might find interesting about Australia is that, like America, Australia had this big time horse culture, and Australian cowboys are called ringers, and they did basically exactly the same stuff that the cowboys did, or sometimes still do in America. Australia had this big time absolute rural culture of like I said, ringers who were the Australian version of cowboys. And if you read Banjo Parson and a lot of his stories and poems and all the rest of it, things like The Man from Snowy River, etc., you can see that there in the Australian culture.
Yeah. Can I ask just quickly? You could jump back in, Furious, but I do want to ask this because it sort of fits here in terms of
by means.
Thank you. Figuring out the picture. Australia is a federal system, right, where each of these major regions has a considerable leeway for how to conduct itself, right? So is it like the U.S. where in the U.S. we get state taxes and then we get federal tax? So do you get like one from your region and then one that's federal?
We have government taxes at the governmental level, which tend to be more like land taxes, utility taxes, but correct me if I'm mistaken, Semigog. Do American states have varying degrees of laws with income tax? Because I can say I was going to say
the same here. Ours is federal income tax.
I was going to say ours is entirely federalized, and centralized.
We pay on both, but the amount for the state, and there are some states that have none, like Delaware, if I remember correctly. And then maybe even Tennessee has no state income tax. I can't remember, but the reason I ask that is because in such a circumstance where clearly we've seen that the what are the regions underneath the federal umbrella? You call them states.
States, yeah,
right.
States.
So at the state level, they do have some leeway in terms of how they conduct themselves. For example, with COVID response, right? So the reason I ask is because it would seem that some intelligent government authorities in one given state should be able to see that that's destroying productive talent. And you would imagine that, one state would say, hey, no, let's have it be like a laboratory where we can see which state works best. So does that exist there like it does in the U.S.? Though, of course, I'll say in the U.S. it's still pretty vestigial.
I would say, I don't know if the others might disagree. I would say that was probably more true conditionally in the past. I think what we have seen is in like recent times, probably this side of the year 2000, and certainly from the 90s and onwards, is a very much a homogenization
Yeah,
of
there's a
cultures.
universalization of taxes and stuff in the
Yeah.
States.
Yeah, and the political culture of the states has changed considerably. Like sort of once upon a time, in the West, you had people like John Curtin. You had people like you had the Court family, who was sort of renowned as being quite hegemonic in their state and pro their state. And in Queensland, you're famous for having Joe Bielke Peterson, God, who was a character in his own right, and who's
He was. Yeah.
and anyone who loves history should actually look at Joe Bielke Peterson, because he's one of the most fascinating political creatures. He's basically, if I could summarize him, he's kind of like a straight up and down version of Huey Long, in a sense. Like
He
that's
was
the best
he was
analogy I can make.
furious. He was a good man in Queensland,
He was.
and you had to have at least a shilling in your pocket, or otherwise the Queensland police could arrest you as a vagrant.
Based.
He was
Exactly
based.
right.
He was very based.
Yeah.
But so what I'm hearing from you is that they've come in, they've tightened things up, and they're moving much more towards federal control, and everything that's not forbidden is mandatory type thing.
Well, sort of they'll say that yes, states have the rights, and because it is unlike the United States, where I suppose found itself as sort of 13 colonies that sort of unified in the War of Independence, we were individual colony states that sort of voluntarily joined together in federation in 1901 under Eden Barton was our first prime minister.
But the inception of our country was always under military rule. I mean, most of the first governorships in Australia were basically military juntas, and so that sort of strict,
colonial militias.
yeah, and it was sort of started around the same time as Peel's sort of police force idea was becoming much more mainstream, and so they adopted that in the early colonies too. So that's a real
and very
Chris, I have to
sorry,
say that someone in the chat has just said the only person missing from this stream is the Franklin, and yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The Franklin is the other great Australian YouTuber who
he updates all of us, doesn't he?
Go and subscribe to the Franklin. He's such a good Aussie YouTuber.
He's the OG. He's the OG Aussie YouTuber.
Yeah, and there's my Australian friend from Tasmania of the Kingdom of Markrovia, Mark of Markrovia.
You know, Semi, that all Tasmanians have like a mark on their neck.
Oh, stop it!
Where their second head is cut off.
Show us,
sorry, that's an Aussie joke. No
yeah, so I'm originally from Tasmania. I moved out of Tasmania when I was 19.
Yeah, it's not true of you, Chris.
But my cousin, who I've become estranged with because he became exceptionally woke, but when he was about 18, he got a tattoo of a scar on his neck. So whenever he meets people and tells them that he's Tasmanian, and they go to make that joke, because every single fucking mainlander makes that joke when you tell them you're Tasmanian. So now whenever they start to say it, he just pulls his collar down and just shows them and goes, "There you go, there's the scar."
Yeah, that's a big time Aussie joke, big time.
Yeah.
So can you just sort of summarize, I guess, on this point, so we can move on to other ones? What's happening vis-a-vis power struggles, if any indeed continue, in terms of different states having a vision that might be different from what's mandated?
I have a good analogy. Can I just come in on this? If you can imagine, have you guys seen that meme of the chocolate gorilla, and it's like in the boiling milk, and then like the milk changes color into like chocolate color? But that's basically Australian politics. Like it's just this homogenization and the disappearance of two distinct things into one blob, right? Whereas in America, right, imagine the United States of America as cream that's been put on the boil for like 100 years, and now the fat and the milk solids are separating. Sort of the Anglosphere will take one of two directions. It'll either be Australian homogenization or American like the separation of layers. They're the two fates. That's my opinion.
Can I jump in just real quickly?
Chris, go for it.
Yeah,
mate.
sorry.
And then I've got one thing to add after you finish.
So, from my understanding, that there is obviously that homogeneity that has been sort of influenced by like the globalist agenda, because a lot of our politicians are globalist goons, and they're all on board with it. Well, not all of them, but many of them, the great majority are on board with it. So with that comes that sort of effect. But there is this other problem where, so the federal government wants to have its cake and eat it too. It wants to be the all-consuming, all-powerful sort of federal government. But at the same time, whenever it comes to the crunch, they will kick on all responsibility to the state governments and hand all power to the state governments and say things like, oh, we'll only intervene if we called upon with an emergency act or something like that. So whenever it comes to actually, taking responsibility for the shit that happens on the ground, the federal government decides, oh, no, I can't do anything about it. But as soon as it's anything to do with, like taxes or any health policies for the country, they'll gladly put the boot on everyone, and they don't give a fuck about the effect. But there's this huge problem going on with the state governments, which is that there's this positive feedback loop of tyranny, because the state governments are competing with each other to be the most effective in controlling COVID. So with that's why we're getting to the point we are, is because the state government premierships are competing with each other to be as on top of it as possible. They want to be perceived to be like on top of the virus.
It's like having 9 East Germanys compete with each other for like the most effective Stasi.
Yeah, it is. Well, look at Mark McGowan in Western Australia. He was competing with Andrews. He effectively cut the enormous state of Western Australia off for the rest of Australia for well over, wasn't it about a year and a half?
He actually stopped. He actually stopped
another
people going to the funerals of their kids.
People that don't know about Australia and Western Australia, the Western Australian governments have wanted to secede from Australia for like, I don't know, 50 years.
Well.
Probably.
Hang on that point. Yeah, that's right, Lady Charlotte. In the 30s, we actually passed a secession referendum in the state that was rejected by the federal government. So Australians have actually exercised their will to leave. So there would have been a case that, when my parents arrived or my family arrived in this country, we would have arrived in the Republic of Western Australia, but it just didn't sadly. But anyway,
But the federal
guys,
government.
You have to understand, guys, that the history of Australia, on the one hand, you have convicts, and on the other hand, and much, much, much bigger, was free settlers.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you have that Australia started off as a prison state, and you've always got that very, very powerful government in the background.
Marcus, the federal government would never ever let WA mineral wealth get out of their hands.
The mining royalties is so lucrative. And just on that point, because we did touch on tax before, and I actually had forgotten this, and you've just reminded me, God, is that the large, fair enough, on the East Coast is actually a fair bit in terms of coal. I believe the eastern states has a fair bit of copper and nickel as well. But Australia, and also there's uranium in South Australia, right? But WA has everything, which is the irony about the foundation of Australia. Just as a quick crash course, the people who mapped Western Australia were actually the Dutch, the western half of the country. And that's why WA for a long time was actually referred to as either Batavia or New Holland, right? If you look at really, really early European maps, it's, I don't know the Dutch word, but it's like
called New Holland.
It's Nieuwe Holland, or however the Dutch would say it, right? And they took one look at the coast, right? In fact, the ship Batavia, hence Batavia, right? Ran aground on the coast of WA, and actually a number of sailors were marooned there for years. And after one experience and sailing up and down the coast, the Dutch just go, fuck this, we're leaving. Like, this place is a legitimate, it's just barren.
A fair number of those Dutch sailors, furious, ended up eating each other.
Yes. They engaged in cannibalism to survive. It was quite torrid.
That was Willem Janzoon, wasn't it, on the Doifkin?
That's right.
The West Coast of Australia. So like he did the West Coast.
The Doifkin was the mapping, not the running aground. Yeah.
No, the mapping they started at the
Yeah.
York Peninsula and then made their way
That's
around
right.
the west coast. But
Mm.
Abel Tasman was shipped off about 40 years later, and he was meant to go to the actual continent, but instead he hit Tasmania, and he thought that Tasmania was the continent, and
Yeah.
found fuck all
Because-
there, and then went back home, and Van Diemen was like, "Well, that was a disaster."
Yeah, so what would happen is what sailors would do if for people who aren't aware of this. I mean, I know you guys probably know, and Lady Shalott would know, but there's a huge thermal current that runs towards Australia from the Cape of Good Hope from South Africa called the Roaring Forties. And so what they would do is these European ships, like the Portuguese, the Dutch, the English, whatever, or the French even, would sail down around the Cape of Good Hope, past the Cape Colony, and then just would go eastwards and hit the Australian coast. But what, like you said about Abel Tasman, is that they actually undershot because the most
they had no
southwest
longitude.
Australia. Well, that's right.
They had no longitude. Yeah.
Yeah. So the most southwestern point of Western Australia is actually called Cape Lewin, right? And it's actually named, I believe the story is that it's named after the navigator who actually missed it. So what actually happened is that the Abel Tasman sailed under what is the southwest of Australia, went right across the West Australian Bight, and then hit Tasmania, not realizing it was a separate landmass, although Tasmania is part of Australia as a country. And they just caught the southern part of the Roaring Forties and just went straight to Tasmania. So yeah.
And because he said that when they were there, they found nothing of any worth, and because it was such a flop of an expedition, that was basically that marked the end of any Dutch exploration to Australia. They were like, "Look, there's nothing there. It's a waste of fucking time."
And then the Napoleon,
the first guy to circumnavigate Australia was Matthew Flinders of the Royal Navy.
Correct.
In a really shitty, leaky ship called HMS Investigator. And he was the first guy to actually circumnavigate Australia and confirm it was actually a continental-sized island with big islands like Tasmania off it.
So, Marcus, to understand that, basically anyone that sort of sailed from Europe to Australia around that time, they would go all the way around to Rio de Janeiro and then to Cape Town. And then, which seemed counterintuitive because it's like thousands of miles of extra actual distance covered than if they were to go eastward. But by going westward and then following those currents, as you say, they actually knocked a heap of time off because the currents were so fast.
Well, exactly. And the other thing is too, because large parts of Africa weren't colonized at this point. There were no sort of waypoints. Whereas that, if you look at that sort of northeastern tip of what is Brazil today, around I think it's I'm trying to think of the cities up there like Florianopolis, and there's a couple of other sort of cities, Fortaleza, I think is up there as well. They were actually, in fact, there was a Dutch settlement in the top, in the very northeasternmost corner of Brazil. I'm of the understanding the French, I think, had a couple of forts there, and of course the Portuguese were there, and so they would be able to sail south, reprovision, and then they'd sail diagonally to South Africa, where there was the Cape Colony, where they would reprovision, and then basically unfurl their sails, and then just hit the Roaring Forties right across the Indian Ocean.
Now,
and the Australian bush is called the bush from South Africa.
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
so there's this sort of linkage in the development of the colonies and the way in which the Cape of Good Hope was a way station, certainly. But to bring it back around to the present, unless there was something that you guys wanted to hammer further as content.
Could I just very briefly finish my analogy about the coastline?
Yes.
Is that the Dutch have these couple of ventures, right? And they take one or two glances at it and just go, this place is horrid. It's a barren shithole. Like, forget this country, right? and then the British established colonies here. It's like, oh, we need to dump our prisoners somewhere because we've lost the 13 colonies and there's a famine on the way and our prisons are full. So we just need a dumping ground for our prisoners.
Yeah.
And then lo and behold, they dig under the ground. It's like, oh, there's gold here. Oh, there's iron ore here. Oh, there's coal here. Holy crap. And so all these European countries are like, oh my God, we've missed out on all this colonial.
Yeah, we fucked up. The Brits got it right and we're wrong.
Exactly. So, You know,
But
that's another sort of interesting
if
backstory
you
to
wander
Australia.
around Sydney, I think Sydney is the only city in the world where you can look up on a windowsill and see the statue of Matthew Flinders' cat, and you can in the sea in Sydney.
Sounds racist to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
We need to knock that down.
It's totally Anglo-Catholic.
Yeah.
But that's also actually Andrew touched on something interesting, and that's why if you travel to Australia, if you ever visit here, and indeed for the Australians that are watching, if you go to a city, you go to Melbourne or Sydney or Perth or Adelaide, whatever, and there's always place names. You know, you'll always see Stirling, Flinders, Tasman.
Yes.
You'll always see these places, and they are the people who mapped Australia, founded colonies. Well, the sort of foundation stone of the nation of Australia as is today. And so, a bit like, every country has a sort of its founding stock and its founding fathers and its principal kind of bedrock sort of personalities that create it. Those people are it for Australia.
And people need to understand that if you were to be a new settler or a colonist, a colonialist or whatever in the very beginning of the frontier in Australia, if you were to go there when there was no infrastructure, there was no running water, there was nothing there that you could lean back on. If you were to start a colony from scratch in those times, you would fucking die. A person especially of today's composition, you would die within a week. These people managed to pull off the fucking impossible. The first people that were shipped off to the east coast of Australia, like Arthur Phillip with the fleet, when they got there, the conditions were so dire because it wasn't just the fact that it was barren. It was also the fact that these were little Englanders coming out of an English winter, entering into an Australian summer on the east coast in the central part of the Australian coast. And it would have been 40 degrees. There would have been nothing to drink, and they couldn't catch any food because they didn't have any weapons to catch any animals. Like they could shoot the various things, but for the most part, there was basically nothing.
Also, guard, you got to think brand new continent, completely different flora. They don't know the plant species. They don't know what's edible. They don't know what they can forage.
Shit cans of really poisonous stuff.
Yeah. So this is what you have to keep in mind, though, because you can't just get some respite in a room with some air conditioning and a cold glass of water. Like these people were, and when they arrived, they were all completely malnourished because they had insufficient supplies for the last leg of the trip. And they still had to save any other supplies for actually setting up the fucking colony. So it's not like they could just binge out and keep themselves sated. They had to keep at least a year's worth of supply to survive in order to start digging up the ground and start setting up houses and all that sort of stuff. It was impossible.
Even worse, the same, Chris. Anyone who arrived in Australia, certainly up till the end of the 19th century, the best they could hope was they would be dropped off at some middle of nowhere place in the bush and said, there you go, boys.
How about it?
You got no house, you got nothing. You might have a stream somewhere if you're like a creek somewhere if you're lucky, but apart from that, you were just dropped off in the middle of nowhere. And you, your wife, and any kids you have, and they said, okay, boys, off you go, try and make a life.
And we talked about this in our Australian streams, Iron Duke. Not just the horrible conditions that they had to survive in and had to build a colony and a civilization in. Notwithstanding, they still had the draconian punishment of the people that were overseeing the whole project, like the Marines and the soldiers were punished way more. Way harder than the convicts for the same crimes.
All the Marines who arrived with Governor Phillips in 1889 wanted to leave because all the officers kept writing, "Look, we're a combat unit, and we don't want to guard these prisoners in the middle of nowhere that's got nothing to do with the Napoleonic Wars." Which is why we ended up with the Rum Corps. The New South Wales so-called Rum Corps, which is going to be the subject of our next video, I believe, Chris.
Yeah. And the sorry, lady, were you going to say
Sorry, I
something?
was just going to say, just to on this theme, just to because I've got to shill this book because I love this book. Anyone who's interested in the bloody birth of Australia, the definitive book on that time is, of course, The Fatal Shore by Robert Hughes.
100%.
If you only read one book on Australian history, read that book because it's fantastic. Robert Hughes was a legend. He was an art critic. He was a good bloke. And that book was a worldwide bestseller when it was published in 1986. And it will...
One of my 2 or 3
fantastic.
favorite history books in history.
Yeah.
It's very,
fantastic,
very good.
fantastic.
Even I've read it. Horror stories about Macquarie Harbor and stuff. It's a great book.
Norfolk Island. Yeah.
The Lady of Shalott, just to come back around to the contemporary stuff, I know we have a great deal of historical knowledge here, particularly as related to Australia, but just to and it's always good for context, but I know that there are a number of things that are contemporary, and I want to make sure we have time to get to those too. Where would you lead us next, Guard or Lady of Shalott? I know you gave some thought beforehand to some of the topics to cover.
I'll leave it to Lady because I'll be right back. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Carry on.
Well, I think that
God has to get a 4X because he can't spell beer. Sorry.
No, he's going to get a sherry for the Sheilas and it's going to break the truck.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue, Charlotte.
It's still before 12 p.m. here, so we have to
That's right.
go easy on the alcohol.
Sorry, I interrupted. Sorry, lady.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I think for some of us, for me particularly, if we thought the lockdowns were bad, it was when the introduction of the safe, and I don't know how much we can talk about that, but when the safe and effective came along here in Australia, there was a really concerted campaign to make sure that everybody took it. The policy here was no jab, no job. So a lot of people find themselves having to take this experimental thing in order to put food on the table for the children. So Australia has a very, very high vaccination rate, which the government, of course, prides itself on. But what they don't tell you is that they gave people no choice, really. The only people who could probably afford it
Lady of Shalott, am I not right in saying that, like Britain, which also had a very high vaccination rate, and everywhere in the world that had a very high vaccination rate, and I say vaccination in inverted commas because the NMRA vaccines are not.
Yeah, got to be careful.
Mr. Duke, should we call it a high jab uptake, maybe?
All right, yeah, the high jab uptake for NMRA so-called vaccines. Every country in the world,
absolutely,
they are vaccines and they are effective and safe.
Yeah,
exactly.
they're absolutely, they're effective. They are absolutely, Susan. They're effective and safe, and thank God for them. But it's also true that all of those countries have a very high excess death rate now. And it's got nothing to do with the vaccination, Susan. Honestly,
they're related.
Right. I would say this.
COVID.
Let's come at it like this. The aspects of the COOF and the various regimes that are intended to treat it are something that I think everybody who's watching knows about one way or another. So if we can, let's focus it on the realities of dealing with what we already know about all those things, rather than having to cover that again.
Can I offer a small?
Right. What about all the Australian tradesmen? Good left-wing union guys protesting in Victoria because they weren't allowed to work by Dictator Dan Andrews, as Lady of Shalott knows very well, who were eventually attacked by the Victorian police with tear gas, CS gas, rubber bullets, and pepper spray, because they were protesting for the right to work in order to
at the War Memorial Line, Duke, as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I was just going to come on to that one, Furious.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, look, if there is a founding thing for Australia, I think it's probably the Anzacs in 1915. who
Yes.
went ashore at Gallipoli and later on became the shock troops of the British Empire in the First World War. And in the Second World War, the Anzacs, the Aussie soldiers, the diggers, they were the first guys to beat the Germans on land at Tobruk in the Middle East. They were also the first guys to beat the Imperial Japanese Army on land in the then Australian colony of New Guinea.
On the Kokoda Trail outside of Port Moresby.
Yep, absolutely correct, Furious. And in the old days, like because I'm an ex-serviceman and because a load of my mates are ex-Australian Defence Force, I go to Anzac Day things quite often, and it used to be an absolute celebration of bloody-minded Aussies who, like, you know, yeah, okay, there's a war, we'll go fight it, you know what I mean? But these days, what you have is women and kids wearing medals who belong to their long dead relatives who they know nothing whatsoever about. And it's suddenly a gay pride parade, which would make all of those old Aussie diggers really ashamed, to be honest.
But I guess the primary...
They turn in the grave.
The primary point, I guess,
yeah,
for people who are not from Australia, I guess if I'm following this right, is that it's adding insult to injury to engage in that behavior near a monument that has that much importance for the...
Yeah. Look, I'm sure that Lady of Shalott, who I think was there, but certainly went to many protests. The anti-lockdown protesters gathered at the Australian War Memorial in Melbourne, which is kind of like a sacred place. And Dan Andrews of the Labour Party had no problems whatsoever in telling the Australian police, now we're going to fire tear gas and rubber bullets at these people. And then they included many like former Australian Defence Force people as well as women and children. But he had no problem saying, we're going to fire tear gas and rubber bullets and arrest these bastards at the Australian War Memorial in Melbourne. And he lost nothing in the recent election. Nothing at all.
The fact that Victorians re-elected him with only a small dent to his popularity is really what you need to know about. Where, I mean, when I say the Australian psyche, I don't mean everybody, right? But I'm talking about the sort of majority population who get their news from conventional sources, who read the usual newspapers, who mix in the usual milieu of people who talk about these things as normal people would. I mean, in the end, people like myself and, you know, Guard and Shalott and Iron Duke are people who exist in differing circles, shall I say, just to put it lightly. And thankfully, I mean, I can't speak for the rest of you, but I know for myself, like I do have my own circles of friends and family and close confidants who see through, in varying degrees, see through the BS, who at least question these things that are happening. But because of some of the things we've alluded to here on this stream, and for those who do watch AA's channel, I've had a big spiel about this when I talked about agriculture, like the agricultural problem about a year and a half ago. And sort of a big part of, we were talking about what half an hour ago about, like, you know, the farming problem and, you know, how agriculture becomes dilapidated or whatever. A big part of that is, and Guard touched on it, that farmers will send like their kids to the cities to get educated, go to boarding schools. That is what I refer to as the posing process.
Yes.
Because then they go to university, they go to high school, they graduate, and then of course they're shoveled into universities because all their teachers want them to be, you know, aspire to higher education, and then they end up reviling their own parents and grandparents and predecessors. And like Orange Dukes just said, they then wear their medals because then the whole Anzac mythos is pushed through a liberal progressive frame, right, which defiles the people who fought, right, and inversely, right, it uses the fallen as sort of like this caricature to uphold a system that has become extremely unjust and extremely debased from its own origins, right? There's so many ways in which to realize that all this is deeply I don't want to use the word offensive, but just it does not sit well with us that are sort of clear-minded and clear-eyed about this, right? And moreover, it is a worsening problem, and I don't think there's necessarily a solution to it per se, but I think it's one of those dire things that is being that is occurring in this country, and as we've all kind of touched on it here, the coup and the response to coup and the aftermath of coup has really brought that to a head and has really showed us this ugly underbelly that's probably been brewing here for many decades, many years, certainly.
Well, I mean, sorry, Kara.
No, I just want to offer one anecdote, because just as a reference, one of the very, very first streams I ever did was I was invited by Mr. Patriarch, who has a fantastic channel. You should go visit it. It was called The Enemies of Farmers. And I spoke about how agriculturalists, even though these are people who are not generally studious or generally well-read, if you like that IQ bell curve thing where dumb people have the feeling of instinct that something's wrong, and then midwits buy the BS, and then really, really smart people rationalize how things are evil and understand the perversity of the midwittery that encumbers the midwits. The thing I wanted to touch on is that sort of, because this didn't occur back then, but we now know about this subsequently, farmers, right, could not deliver their grain to holding facilities, or what we call grain bins in Australia, but the places to where they deposit grain, they could not deliver their product unless they were jabbed. That was an absolute attack on the most, you might say, independent force that exists from the Australian, the liberal progressive agenda. Farmers are the bulwark against that in some respect, and they attack them in the most sort of repugnant way. And I know a lot of people, myself personally, and so does my father, and his circle, shall I say, and many of his friends and contacts, whether they're in Queensland or Victoria or WA, where we do know people, did it, even some of my own school friends, right, did it against their better judgment, and now regret it. Some of them have even suffered, as a consequence of it, financially, physically, etc. But it was absolutely an attack on it. And Charlotte said, people were denied medical treatment, they were denied access to school, to shops, so many things. But they absolutely used it as an attack on agriculturalists as well, and it was so deeply cynical.
I think one of the biggest black pills for me regarding what you're talking about with the agriculturalists is, it's very clear to me that civilizations are built on the ability for legacies to exist. And if you take away legacies from families, you've just, what we're looking at right now with our sort of atomized setup that we have with the cosmopolitan being the dominant style of life, that's essentially the destruction of legacy. And I think we're going to just see civilization disappear, because that was what underpinned anything that was being able to build, was being able to pass it down. That was inherent in building a society. So
it simply doesn't grow otherwise.
It's just going to decline. It's going to contract and decline.
That is
well said, Chris, and well said, Furious.
Sorry,
100%.
100%. What I want to say is that we have often took, and I have to credit AA with this, because it was really from his usage of it that I've adopted it myself, and that is the word perennialism, right? And also the wonderful Radlib uses the phraseology, the great chain of being, which is also plays into this. The idea of perennialism and the idea of us having a place in the great chain of being, and that we are sort of these temporary guardians and sentinels of legacy, right? That we inherit it from our predecessors, and we hand it down to our successors. And in times of strife, you hope that you can safeguard and protect it to the best of your ability, and in times of prosperity and instability, you hope you can grow it and hand down something better, right? Now, what this has done has attacked that from every conceivable vector, right? Whether it's the kids going to boarding schools and university and hating their predecessors, whether it's their parents being attacked with high taxation or poor government policy, which has led to the degradation of specific sectors of, forget even the economy, but of society broadly, right? And this dilapidation of this, for those of us we've spoken today, we've touched on, the settlers, the colony, the bushmen, the outlaws, all this sort of stuff, these sort of, the Anzacs, these foundation blocks of the Australian identity and the mythos, right? all of these in their own way have either been usurped or degraded, and
totally attacked,
totally attacked, and yet the creatures who have done this frame themselves as the good guys. That's the most despicable thing about this.
I would ask Chris and Furious, as basically true blue Aussies, what do you guys reckon the 1915 Anzacs who stormed ashore at Gallipoli would think of modern Australia? And I reckon they would be ashamed of this place.
Totally. But you go first, Chris. I'll follow.
That's just a given. That's just an absolute given. Yeah, I mean, obviously throughout our whole history, we've always endured major government tyranny. It's just sort of a theme of our country. I mean, as Lady of Shalott was saying, that the world seems to think of Australia as being this laid back sort of not surfy, but a sort of a paradise, an enterprising paradise. I mean, well, it was as a lifestyle for a period of time. It was that, but for the most part, there was just a lot of tyranny all the time. So we're just sort of seeing that pop up now in the most insidious way, which is the feminine managerial tyranny, which I think is far worse than any of the 100%. Other styles.
Well, let me ask a question along those lines, if I may. In a lot of cultures, certainly Furious will know all about this, being Italian, and I know it from my Italian background. I know it from my Greek background too, honestly. In cultures where the government's always, how shall we say this, exercising power far in excess of their authority, it's customary for people who've come up under that, particularly Mediterraneans, to do everything gray market or flatly black market, to find 100 different ways of avoiding taxes. I'm not recommending anybody avoid taxes, mind you. But for example, they'll work it out. So you got a farm, I've got a farm. I want to borrow your tractor. So in exchange, I'm going to come and bring you, X number of gallons of olive oil, right? Or if alcohol's too expensive, you can make tsiporo or whatever your hooch is privately. Whatever kind of homemade alcohol.
Australians never do things like that, Sammy.
Well, that's kind of my
question. I don't smoke chop. Honestly, I don't.
Well, the main, I guess that is the question. Is that the answer? That there's just something in the Anglo spirit that just wants to be subservient? It's the kind of thing like
no. You're totally wrong there, Sammy. I think. In fact, the Anglo spirit is to be that individualist who will buy chop or will buy some sort of homemade alcohol and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that's the right way for us to win, but that is absolutely in the Anglo spirit, and it is absolutely where Australia used to be. I'm not sure it is so much these days.
So what happened there? Because of course it's a number of Anglos and Irish and Scots who, for example, settled Appalachia, and they're the ones who have the moonshine stills up in the woods who will shoot the revenuers.
I will counter signal Iron Duke there a little bit, which is that sort of renegade spirit, as we can sort of see from the history that we looked at, is largely of Irish origin, whereas the English have always been, ever since the mid 1700s, have been obsessed with this idea of the rule of law since the post-Enlightenment kind of distillation of all those values coming into the zeitgeist. So it was the English.
Chris God, I
yes.
think you're a mate. All right, and I like you very much.
Fight me.
But
we're all mates here,
I don't agree with what you're saying here. But absolutely, I like you, and you're a mate, and your opinion is your opinion. But I don't think you're right.
With Brits,
Well-
maybe it's a class thing, right? So you used
Well,
to have poachers, right?
let's not say Brits. Let's distinguish the Isles, because
Right,
the English
sorry.
are very different from the Irish. They're very different from the Scottish. So
Yeah, the
Um,
Irish will get up to all sorts of things. I've
They're
seen
crafty
that.
little
I
fuckers.
listen, we have Adaman in the chat, who is one of the best Englishmen you'll ever meet. I don't know, Chris likes him too. And Adaman is absolutely saying, no, this is not true. And he's right, it isn't true. Like, the English are absolutely against the traditional English. I'm not saying today, but the traditional English are absolutely against this bollocks as much as everybody else is.
But do the Australians have some way of pushing back against this along the lines of what I was first
No.
laying out, the way a Med
No.
would? And if not, why?
well, it isn't.
I-
It isn't in our. It's not really in our character. Like, if we're talking strictly the English descendants of Australia, because unlike the American sort of frontiersmen, who were really like, when you think of the Faustian spirit, like the ones that entered into America to set up their voluntary colony, that's a true like adventurers sort of character. Whereas the English settlers were at first obviously the convicts with a small dribble of free settlers. But then once all the major free settlers came in, that they'd come into an already established infrastructure and an already established civilization and society. So there was not really much, you didn't have to be a fucking, adventurer, Barbary pirate to be able to make it.
You had to
move
be
here.
damn tough, though.
And also, we had the gold rush era, which created a massive amount of wealth, which again made it an even more attractive place to live. So people of all stripes will come, even the ones that were relatively sort of not what you'd call super strong adventurers. But for the most part, like when Lady of Shalott was, describing her neighbor, dibby-dobbying on her for going out twice instead of once.
Bitch.
I'm reminded of the fact that, like, the average sort of fuddy-duddy English kind of, Karen types, that's like a classic English trope. They'll forever be like, nosing in other people's businesses and watching what you're doing. And
Chris,
if you say the wrong thing,
I'm not gonna let you get away with it. I'm not gonna let you. This is
the ugly side of the every
no,
people
I'm
has
not
an
gonna
ugly
let you
side.
get away with this. I'm just not. Look, the good working class Englishman, of whom I come
Yes.
from.
But there is the other type of English person.
Yeah, sure there are.
They're not all
Absolutely.
underclass hard workers. There are the
they're not.
perpetual middle class.
All right, I'm not even talking about underclass. I'm talking about respectable English working class people. Many of those people were nothing like this whatsoever. And like, they'd come to Australia, get dumped on a 100-acre plot in the middle of nowhere, and they would just work bloody hard and turn that into a working farm.
Mm-hmm.
And they just would. But of course, they were the guys who would do that because that's why they went there. You know what I mean? They might, as you quite rightly brought up, Chris, and as we've got to talk about in our Australian history streams, they might have been influenced by the Australian gold rushes. But like, you've got to look at that. I mean, one of the things that I think is well worth looking at is that the 1915 Australian diggers, the Anzacs, 3/4 of them were first or second generation British immigrants. You have to look at that if you're going to look at history rightly.
Well, but nobody was saying that they wouldn't work hard. I mean, the point here is about their relationship with authority and whether they just tend to kowtow to it.
Well,
I'm
I'm an actual Englishman born in London in 1965, and I have to tell you that the vast majority of Englishmen born in London in 1965 didn't kowtow to anyone. Like,
Fair enough.
I was born there, so I do know this. And I said on my Discord yesterday, I think, that when I first moved to South Africa, I found the Afrikaners, who were about 60% of the white guys, and the English-speaking South Africans, who were about 40% of the white guys, much more aggressive and manly, if you like, than most of the Brits I knew, who were not either military guys or had been involved in some sort of, like, I don't know, inner South London or Glasgow gang. And I did. And it took me a year getting in fights with and alongside my eventual mates before they trusted me. It took me that long. This was in, like, I don't know, 1985, 1986. And so when I moved to Australia, it was easy because Australians were way more relaxed and less than that. But
Compliant.
That relaxed nature was which made their quiescence to government tyranny so much more.
So true.
Yeah.
So true, Chris. Chris, you're my mate. I don't really disagree with you on those things.
No, I was just pointing out the duality of the two different sort of strata of the English type. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to sit here and say that the Anzac diggers were, that they would, get pushed around and,
right, that they're pussies,
or they dob on their mates, or they dob on Lady of Shalott for walking out of her house twice in a day. I'm talking specifically, and we all know who, and everyone listening knows the exact type I'm talking about. The middle class English woman, mid-40s, spying on her neighbor,
finger wagging Auntie Joanne the librarian, that sort of person.
Yes. Like that, and
100%.
Well, but can we maybe take this, because I certainly did not mean to, and apologies, Iron Duke, I did not mean to cast aspersions upon the English or British in general. But
you're not wrong. I just wanted to point out that
fair,
I just wanted to point out that, like, the people who made countries like Australia and Canada and New Zealand, and to some degree South Africa, were average Brits who just thought, fuck me, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to go to a frontier. And those guys were fucking brave. Because if you weren't fucking brave, you never did it. You never
right,
did
and they're
it.
the ones who settled the U.S. too. So I'm right there with you.
100%, Simi. 100%.
But to come around and maybe make this a little bit more tangible and bring it up to date, more or less, bring it down to date, as it were. How many people in Australia didn't get the vax, approximately? And how did they manage to do that? How do they continue to live and exist? That seems to me like a concrete example of someone who says, well, I don't want to do it that way, and I won't. So what has that entailed for them? How have they been able to do it? What price have they paid? You see,
Lady of Shalott will know this. Go, Lady.
And I'm trying. I never got the vax. I never even got one single test for the China virus. Never did. And I never will take any of them, but that's just me.
Right, but of course,
I'm lucky because I'm semi-retired.
Obey your regional medical authorities and their guidance, which we certainly don't mean to contradict. But hopefully it's clear what I'm trying to get at here, because this would be an illustration of the very thing we're talking about, right?
Well, it was very hard for them. I have a friend who was a teacher, and she was unable to work. She was locked out of work for, I think, about 6 to 9 months until the vax passports were eased and she was able to come back. She just basically wasn't able to work because teaching, healthcare, those kind of professions, that they enforced it, and I believe that healthcare definitely. Well, I'm absolutely certain that healthcare still does here. The people who could kind of avoid it were, I suppose, people like myself. I homeschool a group of children. I know a number of self-employed people who could kind of get around it. It was very, very hard if you wanted to get if you were a teenager and you wanted to get a job at a supermarket. They would be asking for you to be double vaxxed, and they'd ask for you to have your vax passport on your arm. I mean, smartphones were key to this.
Tattooed on your arm.
Yeah.
Just imagine.
But yeah, smartphones, you would be asked to show it. I mean, when things were at their worst here, I would have been unable to enter anything other than food retail or a pharmacy, because someone would be
Correct.
standing at the door to ask to see your vax passport. And if you didn't have one, I had a situation that I've told Aaron Duke about, where my youngest child needed some shoes, and I had to get a vaxxed friend to take my child to the shop while I sat outside. Now, if I'd said, well, you can't go into that shop because you're black, because you're disabled, because you're Jewish, because you're any of these other things, people would say, well, that's terrible. But the same people pushing for that here were the very people who were up in arms about countries like South Africa, which had a system of apartheid, but we're quite happily to enforce apartheid against the fellow Australians.
Correct. Yeah.
Just before you jump in, Furious, I just want to point, just build on that
Sure.
what you were saying, lady. I'm just thinking, because how you make the argument, like, if I was to say, you can't be in here because you're black or Jewish or whatever, they would say yeah, but you made a choice. We're all given choices here. You made the wrong choice. It's like, well, if you point a gun to someone's head and say, do this thing that I want, or I'm going to shoot you, that's a choice, is it not? So most people would call that. Most people would call that coercion, but for some reason they think it's protecting the elderly. So
100%, Chris. And I walked into supermarkets where someone won back in the day, like a year and a half ago. Some wank would say to me, "Oh, you have to sign in." I used to say, "Fuck off, cunt," and just walk into the supermarket. They never followed me. But then I'm a fairly big dude, so
they're not paid enough to crowd control.
Yeah, absolutely. Lady Charlotte, being a girl, is far braver than any of us.
Oh, thank you.
Now, did people in Australia bring up the thorny little subject of the results of the Nuremberg trials and the code and
that was one of the hottest topics for our controlled right-wing media, shall I say? The slightly right of center shit libs who basically argue everything from a leftist frame with a tight, the thinnest conservative veneer, would always make references about, shall I say, World War II founding mythos and certain Nuremberg trials and certain
the left of the real Nazis, guys.
Correct, right? and so it was always this whole losing frame argument of trying to frame people who don't care about hypocrisy, who don't care about double standards, who don't care about the frame games of their lexicon, trying to argue from their positions like, oh no, it's actually like we need freedom, and like this isn't proper democracy and all this other bollocks, right? And the thing is that we never stood a chance ultimately, because in the end, we all know, whether it's us on the panel or our viewers here, that they don't play by rules. They never have played by rules. Those rules are simply are handcuffs for their opposition that they despise. Moreover, they're saying that Charlotte said, I wanted to buttress something that she said, because she made a very good point. I've kind of just lost it. But what I would say is that, aside from the acquisition of foodstuffs, like if you went to a supermarket or a grocery, nearly everything else was limited. Oh, no, I remember now, right? And this is where, the whole, think of like this whole march of progress and how technology, runs parallel to that, right? Is that we all, most people have smartphones nowadays. And to think that rather than, the real perfidious thing to consider is that every single state in Australia had their own Vax passport app, right, that you had to sort of enter your details in. And then moreover, when you did use it, right, there were instances whereby government officials or medical bureaucrats go, no, this is strictly for COVID, this is strictly to ensure social distancing. If it's positive, we can contact trace and all this blah 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 blah, right? And then you look on the news website 6 months later, they solved the crime because someone came into contact with someone through contact tracing and we found their fingerprints, and whoops, it was a happy accident, the police weren't meant to access it, but whoopsie daisies. And it's always this whole plausible deniability bullshit. They always play the same game. And it was one example whereby which people were just violated, and I'd use that word specifically, violated by the bureaucracy and violated by the government without any apology, and there'll never be anyone to pay a price for it. whether it's being wrong or being like unjust, there will never be anyone who will suffer a consequence for this, right? None.
If you've got nothing to hide, Marcus, you've got nothing to worry about.
That is actually, funny enough, one of the most quintessentially true examples of not. I mean, there's a lot of Australians who don't think like that, but a lot of Australians do, and that is the problem. They're sort of the most. There are sections of this population that are so amenable, right, to the idea of being sold the surveillance state, whereby if you do nothing wrong, you have nothing to worry about. But that is not the point of government. That is not the point of bureaucracy. And this is the thing too. Like, you got to think the idea of government has existed for so long, right? And I mean, for people who are familiar with me, you know, I do a lot of stuff with Apostolic Majesty, and we've covered history from, you know, the Bronze Age to, you know, almost Vietnam, right? And the interesting thing is that if you look at the way journalists and these sort of these bottom feeding lick spittles in academia and in journalism,
well said,
canvas this thing, right? Is that this is a dictatorship and this is tyranny and this person's a despot and this person's a bigot and this person's, you know, the mustache man reborn, or the man with the big chin reborn, or this person's Mao or Stalin and all this other nonsense, right? The thing is, up until probably the 20th century, right, we are, as in those of us today, whether we live in Australia or the United States of America or Britain or Italy or France or, you know, wherever we might live, right, we are sold perpetually this narrative of freedom, democracy, etc., you know, personal liberation, which has sort of been this offshoot of the post World War II mythos and the liberal progressive movement, right? It is a con, but the point I wanted to make was that we are actually the most oppressed people insofar that there are people who literally lived under emperors and kings in past eras who had more personal freedom than what we have now.
Vastly more.
And I detest it as a person, and I will call myself a historian, or at least someone very, very well versed in history, that I look at people who literally lived in empires and kingdoms, right, who actually lived within social stratas and were actually belonged to a specific class, right, suffered less intrusion than what we do. And if there's one message, I can't speak for everyone else, but if there's one thing I would implore from my own personal perspective for anyone listening to this, is realizing that fact. Like, when they say this person's a tyrant, right? Quintus Fabius Maximus and Marcus Camillus Furius, right? My namesake for my online persona, they were less oppressive to the Roman people than your president or prime minister today. Don't let them call people dictators when they are even worse than the people they supposedly accuse of being.
Yeah.
100%. Alfred the Great in Wessex, the man who imagined and made England, was 100% less oppressive than the current British government under Rishi Sunak, who's not even British, and no one elected.
Yeah, totally right.
100% furious. You're totally right. Look,
how would we?
Like for me, Iron Duke. So sorry, Sammy. Like for me, Iron Duke. When I see someone, right, like I'm trying to think of the journalist's name, Sky News. He absolutely is an anti-Putin shill. I'm just trying to think of who it is. The guy who got in the punch up in Melbourne on Lygon Street. I've just gone blank.
I know Lygon Street, but yeah. Right.
Oh God, please tell me you remember who I'm talking about. Anyway, you know, when these people, or you know, these people in media, right? Andrew Bolt is what I'm thinking of, right? You know, when they make these accusations of people being sort of tyrants and dictators, like, no, you are actually part of a machine. You are actually a contributor to this because you will not
100%.
tell the Australian people. You are merchants. You are merchants in misery, and what I call what I like to call, like, you know, the perpetual wine brigade, because that's what they are. They just complain. Right of center media in the Anglosphere has made a grifting living out of whinging and complaining. At least people, right? For example, people in our circle, people like, you know, Charlie and AA and Radlib and Oron, and I'm sorry if I forgot others, but I mean you as well.
Radlib is very,
you know,
cool and should
people who explain the problem, how we got here, how it happened, why, the means by which it did happen, and the potential solutions out of it are the real, you know, heroes here. not the people who sit in front of a television camera, bitch and complain, and then cash their checks.
100. I totally agree with you, Furious. That was a full-on and well-said speech, and I noticed that Chris.
Sorry for my my.
No. Look, I totally agree with you, but I would just say, like, if we're gonna, I don't know how long Semi-Agog wants this to go on, but if we're gonna finish it, I would like to bring up the difference between Australia in, say, around 2000 and today in 2023. Because when I arrived there in 2000, I used to sit sometimes on the patio of a bar on the Central Coast, just north of Sydney, looking past palm trees into this incredibly blue Pacific Ocean. And my girl would be getting her hair done, and I'd be sitting there drinking absolutely ice cold beer. And I would sometimes sit there and think, bloody hell, Ted, you've just arrived. This is the place in the world. And it was about 2000. It was when people used to talk about Australia being the lucky country and all the rest of it. In about 2000, it was like the best place in the world. It really was.
Or certainly it was still that, Iron Duke. It was still that, for sure.
Yeah, it was. It was still the lucky country in 2000. In 2023, the Aussie people have been totally destroyed.
I mean,
very largely destroyed. Certainly, like very largely destroyed, except for some of the people outside the big cities.
I'll make my case for my neck of the woods here, which is, I mean, really the only sort of problems that, you know, the stuff that we're complaining about now with the current day. I mean, for the most part, it really isn't actually directly affecting me as much. I mean, obviously the vaccine passports and the green tick and everything, when that was going around for, I don't know, I think it was continuing in Queensland for upwards of 6 to 8 months. I think it might have even been longer. But other than that, none of this government overreach that we're sort of talking about, other than income tax, is really touching us very much here at all. We sort of live a really, really good lifestyle here, and what you were describing, Duke, with you know, sitting on the beach there, drinking an ice cold beer, and you know, with your woman, and everything was amazing. That's basically sort of the life that you can have here in northern Queensland, because, as I said once before, we're at least 15 to 20 years in the past in terms of the sort of cultural zeitgeist and the moral attitudes and stuff for the people that live here. Because for the most part, we also have a lot of English and Irish, well, I guess you could call them dissidents of the sort of overreach of Britain, and they've come here to live a better life, and they chose Cairns because it's
voluntary exiles.
Yeah, and I mean, so with that, obviously, with that being a large part of the population, and also a lot of Kiwis, which are also dissidents of the New Zealand government overreach.
Oh God, there's so many good Kiwis in Australia.
Just by population attitude alone, with such a large proportion of people being of that sort of stripe, that it is still a good place to get away from this draconian Australian sort of nanny state garbage, because it really is just a nanny state problem that we have. Like, all of our problems that we're talking about is a direct result of this sort of therapeutic state, the terrible mother as government sort of thing. It's really, but in Cairns, for the most part, you know, we're away from it. So anyone that's in
100%, Chris.
Yeah.
And also, I must say to monkeypox survivor that Chris is about to become a father, and let me assure you that his wife is a white Australian lady. So get fucked, monkeypox survivor.
Wow. I haven't.
Lady of Shalom, do you agree with this? Like, you arrived in Australia slightly after me, and I know you largely agree. Like, Australia used to be this kind of paradise, and it ain't anymore, sadly.
Yeah, Terrible, terrible. I thought that when I first came here. I thought, this is great. You know, people actually live here. It's just, I remember saying to other students, you know, you people live in paradise and you don't know it. Because I grew up in
Yeah.
Belfast, in troubles, and geez, I mean, you know, there couldn't have been a bigger contrast. But then coming back, I came back on a visit in 2016, and you started to see the change. But wow, coming back at the beginning of 2020, it just hit you like a truck. And
It's
I remember
it's
having to go
almost
to
like hell opened
yeah,
up, didn't it, lady? You know?
yeah. I had to go to a meeting, and I just sat there, and suddenly they began it with one of these "Welcome to country and traditional owner."
Ugh.
I thought, "Geez, what's this?" And they started talking about the traditional, just parroted it. This just meaningless garbage. That how does this relate to people living up in Aboriginal communities in the far north?
Yeah,
It
it's
doesn't mean
pure lip
anything to
service.
them.
Pure lip
It's
service.
garbage. What the hell is the point? And they even make you do it on online meetings too, and it's utter trash.
We thank the traditional owners of this
Yep.
thing that has never had an Aboriginal near it in 150 years. But okay.
So, do you guys have the? I should probably first step in and ask here. This has gone to 2 hours. I'd be happy to talk to you for a bit longer if you have time. How is
Yeah.
everyone doing for that? You have a little
Yeah,
bit.
I'm a med. I
happy.
don't keep time, so
I can go all day, mate.
I'm fine.
Semi, I've wanted to be on a stream with you for ages, so I'm happy to do that. I have to leave. I have to leave in about 2 hours because I'm going down the Great Ocean Road.
10-hour stream.
Well, yeah, it won't be. It won't be. I can't.
No, I said 2
because-
hours. 2 hours.
because
Chris, not 10
my
hours.
day is ending, unlike you guys who are always in tomorrow. So I guess
we live in Tomorrowland.
You do indeed. One of the things that I kind of want to get my head around is to what. Well, first off, you guys have all talked about how it changed and changed recently. So maybe you could just quickly cover when you think it changed, and I'd love to hear from Lady Schluck because I haven't heard from her much. When you guys think it changed, and please everybody chime in, and then whether or not you're seeing what you could call, you know, what we're seeing everywhere else, frankly, which is a more or less technocratic sort of totalitarian introduction of ever more granular surveillance and controls, and whether or not you're seeing the whole what would you call it? Social credit system coming to life, because, you know, in the United States, we just had a thing where within the next year or two, they need to have breathalyzer tests installed in all new cars. You know, we're seeing, which means essentially that it's got to be on a network. And furthermore, that means that your respirations are being scanned and then fed into a database at intervals daily in order to operate equipment. I just noticed
it's like the worst aspects of Total Recall, like sort of brought to life, right?
Right, and I did notice
Australia,
that
not Mars.
I noticed that with the in the UK, they've got notices that they've sent out now with much more careful traffic monitoring. They've got the stuff in Oxford where you're supposed to limit your driving, but also, for example, if you go away or around one of the acceptable roadways, which means, you know, basically keep your ass stuck in traffic. If you try to go away or around through a neighborhood, they do the surveillance, and now they send you letters and they say, we're not billing you now, but in future we will. So
yeah, I suggest they want to make everywhere in Britain like Oxford. That would be the ideal arrangement.
Absolutely. And you're going to have terrible to blow into things in order to operate your vehicle, and to, you know, get ever more granular testing, the consolidation of medical databases with travel databases, which of course in turn have to be necessarily for national security and, you know, safety while flying. They have to be integrated with criminal databases. So
Sammy, are you seeing the derivation here for the entire Anglosphere except for America? Look at Canada, New Zealand, Australia. You notice they're all doing the same fucking kind of thing. And it's almost like it's unique to Britain.
Well,
America in some places.
Don't you start that fight up again, Chris, because then Iron Duke's going to come in swinging. And in America,
British Empire was a good thing, boys.
It is in America. It's still happening. It's just they have to come at it from slightly different angles. But they're certainly doing. I mean, hell, they want to get rid of gas cookers now. So I mean, for fuck's sake. Anyway. What
may I just say something quickly?
Well, let me get the
okay.
I'm going to turn it over right now to all of you. We have a sense of when it happened. We have a sense of when the shift began and how it's been exploited with the coup. It does seem that it's moving towards ever more totalitarian forms. Against this background, what's the specific Australian experience? When did you think it changed, and where do you think it's going?
I tell you one thing, guys. I want Lady of Shalott to speak more because she has this lovely loyalist Belfast accent from the 1980s, and it's kind of cozy, as we on the right say these days. So there you go.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, for me, look, you talk about Australia, you could talk about the whole West changing, but I think the key change came under John Howard, who was the Liberal Prime Minister from 1996 to 2007, and he was a real technocrat. He aligned Australia very, very much with the United States, and under him we had gun law reform after the Port Arthur incident, which I'm sure many of the people in the chat will be aware of, but you can research that and their opinions on that vary. He also brought Australia into the Afghan war and also pushed for mass immigration, which is something we haven't really touched on in this stream, that Australia set for yet more immigration. The Parliament approved that more people will be allowed to come and settle here. Where I live, that's tending to be people from India. I think there's actually more Indians in this part of Melbourne now than Chinese, and that's really saying something. I think what we're living with is Howard's legacy. He also, when he was Prime Minister, introduced a thing called baby bonds, baby bonuses. So he encouraged Australians to have babies, and I think
Peter Costello called it "Have baby for mum, for dad, for country." That was the slogan.
And at the end of that, the baby bonus basically just incentivized everyone in the underclass to just squirt out as many babies as possible, and
I think
it generated this enormous economic gouging.
Yeah.
So
I think this sort of opinionated, self-righteous, woke types that you see now in that age group, that they're hard children. I think. I think what we're.
So where does that? Sorry, just a quick question. What's that time frame? You say Howard's legacy.
He was prime minister. He was very long serving. Was from 1996 to 2007. But he initiated quite a lot of change, and he was a real technocrat. He really aligned himself with the United States, and he wouldn't be if he was Prime Minister now, he wouldn't be out of place. He's very much. I mean, people like Albanese and that are just.
I'll give him a little bit of fair treatment. I mean, he wasn't completely shit. He was given a really. He started in a terrible position after the previous Labor government before him, and he was that was when the unions were basically becoming one of the most powerful sort of as you would call them, a rival castle.
Who had been strengthened a lot by initially Whitlam, and then the Hawke Keating government strengthened unions comprehensively in the 80s.
So the Keating government, Keating considered this lion politician because he was a great orator and he laid smackdowns in Parliament and all this sort of stuff. But for the most part, their governments basically did what Labor governments always do, which is spend every single fucking cent they have and tax the bejesus out of everybody and put it into these ridiculous social engineering programs and
interest
unions.
rates. And interest rates of above 25%.
Yeah,
that broke.
Yeah, and Chris
many
Gard,
businesses in the 80s. It was terrible for many businesses.
Chris Gard is 100% correct, because also what he did was he stopped all the illegal immigrants coming to
Yeah,
Australia.
he did. He
The
did.
vast majority.
Because he sent them to offshore islands, which the Brits won't do.
Yeah.
So it really
from that
started
point of
getting
view,
bad.
Chris Card is correct.
Sorry, Sam.
So it started.
Now
it started
the
getting-
immigrants come in on aeroplanes and not boats.
Yeah, they come in legally, and yeah.
I remember the big pushback, and they were, kept on an island off the coast and things like that. So when did, at some points, whenever, but so when did you guys notice? Holy shit, this is getting bad. It sounds like the Koof stuff was like a major transition,
Huge.
but they couldn't have gone. They couldn't have gone from 0 to 60 straight into
No.
that.
No.
It was always in the making.
When did you notice it though? Being like, because I remember in the U.S. I came back from the second time I lived in Turkey, and I noticed it was a little weird up through like 2013, and then by like 2014, I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So what was the experience there?
I'm curious. I'm wondering if would you agree that this maybe all of this shit started really getting out of control since the TPP?
Yes.
No. The TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Yeah.
Would you say that was basically the catalyst?
About 2005 or so, it started getting really bad.
Yeah.
Because that's when we basically became globalists. As soon as the TPP happened, we became a globalist country.
Well, one might argue we became globalist rather before then. But in terms of like the modern hinge points, I think there's a few you could extrapolate across this timeline, right? And I purposely mentioned Gough Whitlam when we spoke about the unions, because that is probably one of the most dramatic hinge points in modern Australian history in the post-war sense. He was, and moreover, there's some deepest lore behind Gough Whitlam. He was a pupil of Enoch Powell when Enoch Powell was a history lecturer in Australia.
Right.
Not many people know that. But indeed, when Howard, in his last term of government with Costello and the coalition, which is obviously the National Party, which is hopeless, does nothing for country people, and the Liberal Party, which pretend to be conservative and are not. The last term, which was the only time they controlled both the upper and lower house in Australia, which meant they could pass legislation, and rather than actually doing something constructive like electoral reform or privatizing the ABC, they end up falling on this. They did nothing, and they fell on their sword about work choices, which the unions killed them on in the 2007 election.
Yeah.
But I agree that last term of Howard, right? That is where the public, because they had paid off Labor's debt, I think, by this point, by 2003, 4, 5, around that point, Labor's public debt had been paid off, right?
Yes.
So what they did is they expanded all this middle class welfare, the baby bonus, and a whole bunch of other stuff, which was unproductive welfare, right? And you might say distorted markets, and it really also helped to fuel this this real estate bubble that we're now living with. That's also when they ramped up legal immigration, because there was the justification for, the Australian economy is booming, we've paid off our debt, there's all these new businesses, the mining sectors are growing, we need labor.
All of Australian industry is being destroyed, as I'm sure you know.
There needed to be a desperate rebound from the commodification of property made by negative gearing. Like, it became a huge problem.
And foreign investment and mass foreign investment.
Yeah.
And also too, Australia went from actually making things to just being the world's open cut pit mine, more or less, at this point in time.
Look up Adani.
The Chinese Communist Party's open mine.
Essentially, right? Essentially. And also another thing with Howard and Costello was another thing I wanted to mention was what they did is they flirted. And I mean, a bit like you, God, I will still man Howard and Costello in that mid 2000s period. There was a sort of worldwide sort of leaning towards the idea of an emissions trading scheme, right? Which in the end, if every other country is going that way, it is kind of sensible that your country should plan in that direction, right? But then there ended up being major rebukes against things like carbon tax and emission trading schemes in the succeeding 10 years, which none of that stuff ended up getting implemented, right? So they flirted with that. They flirted with the TPP rather, and none of and that last government was just for nothing, and it made all the worst aspects of that Howard Costello coalition government came to bear fruit. And then it offered the groundwork for when Rudd on this sort of massive Rudd in many ways was kind of like our Anglo Barack Obama. He was this first sort of popular internet sensation, social media prime minister who came to the fore, right? And he had
famed keynote speaker for the Fabian Society.
Correct, alongside Bob Hawke, but nevertheless, and he had all these people under him, and the mistake that was made that Rudd was targeted amongst right-wing journalists and publications, etc. But Rudd wasn't even the worst. It was the people under him, many of whom who are still in the Labour Party today. They being the present prime PM, which is Anthony Albanese. There are people such as Penny Wong and Tanya Plibersek who are highly corrosive people to Australian society and very dangerous people, very dangerous leftists. And those people gained very strong degrees of power in that Labor government, and that government was in for 2 terms because after Rudd got knifed, Gillard became prime minister. And a lot of things in Australia, not for long, but long enough for them to wreck the shop.
Yeah, and, exactly.
A lot of what is wrong with Australia now in the short term occurred from that last Howard term through the Labor years, and then Abbott attempted to stem the tide, but then he got knifed and was displaced by Mr. Turnbull, who was knifed in the back by Malcolm Turnbull. The what bank did he work for? Guard or ING? Do you guys remember? It was a Lehman Brothers.
Malcolm Turnbull. Yeah, he was an investment banker, net worth of 120 million or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Before we got we got all this stuff, we got our own international banker prime minister.
Right. Sorry, all I would ask you guys is remember that though you're all Australian, so you're just shooting the shit about facts that you all have some grasp of. They're going to be
sorry.
You don't have a contact. Most of them are bright enough to follow it. I can follow the gist, but do try to frame it in terms of what you're talking about for people who live in yesterday.
But so me, Furious was 100% correct. On everything he said. Back in the day, I'm going to try and frame this for like people who are not Aussies.
Fair enough.
Back in the day, in 2000 to say about 2005, Australia was this kind of how could I describe it? A working class paradise in many respects. Like, you really could live the life, be quite well off, have a good time. And if you were a bit more intellectual, you could do that too. But it's gradually been reduced since 2005. And I think that is what Furious and Chris were trying to get to. The country today is not the same as it was back then. It's not.
Certainly not.
Totally different. Like, Australia used to be, like I said, some sort of working class paradise, if you want, where a bloke could like have a ordinary, average job for a working class dude, and his missus might or might not have a job, but they could have a good house with a quarter acre block, which used to be Australian standard, isn't anymore. These days they're all being built on. It used to really be the lucky country, but like post 2005, increasingly up to today, not the same at all. And these days, if you go around the central Melbourne, you'll find most of it's Chinese, not Australian at all.
Yeah.
And if you can find an Australian taxi driver, good luck, because you won't. You won't.
And I have sort of a perspective from the outside. I had a friend in Turkey who had a further Turkish friend. And so, somewhere probably at the bottom end of the middle class, acceptable education, some work skills, but nothing major. And I do remember distinctly him talking about whether or not he was going to try to go off to emigrate to the US or to Australia. And at that time, which was probably late 90s, even then it was very much like, oh, I could pick either one because Australia's going to be just as good. I have to think of which place I'm going to be more happy. So like the attitude of people who were thinking about emigrating to Australia was that it was just as much of a bang up success show where you were likely to make good money and be comfortable as the US. And now
It was.
now what
Yeah,
you're telling me
yeah,
about taxes and
yeah.
the rest, it sounds like
We
it's less.
mentioned the awful Gough Whitlam a bit earlier. It's worth mentioning that it was he that brought about the comprehensive legal end of the White Australia policy.
100%.
1973.
Yeah.
That was the end of White Australia. So that was him. So cheers.
And just on Gough Whitlam too, because Sammy Gog asked me to contextualize some things, right?
That's what I was going to
Gough
ask you to do. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks, God. Gough Whitlam is basically very analogous to our LBJ, right? Although he didn't have the disguised bigotry that LBJ had, but the same function insofar that once he took over from his right of center predecessor, I mean, LBJ, I mean, okay, JFK won the 1960 election, but he succeeded from Eisenhower, right? And then was obviously assassinated in Dallas, and then LBJ took over. But that administration, that Democrat administration from 60 to was it 60? Did Nixon win 60? I can't remember. Anyway, that sort of 2 terms of Democrat governorship in America was analogous to Gough Whitlam being in power in Australia, massively expanding the welfare state, massively loosening the shackles of the trade unions, but basically just setting them sort of feral to the point where it was actually compulsory in universities to join a students' union. Right, there were many trades in Australia by which you had to, by legal policy, had to join a union by which to work. For instance, I had an uncle at that point who was who worked in the rail yards. Right, he had to join a union to do that. He actually couldn't just say, "I just want to take on the job." He had to be a member of a union in order to work on the
100%.
rails because it was
100%.
because it was a public utility. Right. And Whitlam also made university a lot cheaper, subsidized higher education, which began this sort of intellectual rot in Australia, which we're all accustomed to. And likewise in America, that's where university started to become universalized. It was under that LBJ sort of Great Society policy.
Yep.
And also that's where they attempted this is where this I'm trying to think of how to express it, but this sort of frame game of the racial grift and notions of equality and reconciliation. And I suppose like in America, you're sort of like, it's the idea of trying to beginning to heal the wounds of segregation and of slavery in the Civil War, right? Gough Whitlam initiates that process here after Menzies. And Gough Whitlam is very much that analogous figure with LBJ. And likewise, I mentioned Kevin Rudd basically being like our Anglo Barack Obama, basically like gets in 2007, which is obviously the same year that Barack wins in America, and just turbocharges that to like times 100.
So I'd say Whitlam was the real beginning of the crushing of what you'd call overt elitism, and you know, as we all know, the elitism never went away. It just became this hidden hand behind the democratic process that is ever present. But there's this idea that, you know, we're all the same. We're all just going to have a fair go and blah 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 blah. But you know, and I find it very fucking irritating about the White Australia policy whenever it comes up, because everyone pretends as if the White Australia policy was this drummed up racial policy in a vacuum, because, you know, it was just racist governments. It's like you realize that there were extremely critical geopolitical things happening in that period that led up to that White Australia policy in the first place. And of course, White Australia meant something completely different back then as what they think it means now. So yeah, I mean, I'm just this revisionism just seems to come naturally once you reach a certain age, because you're looking back at it and you're going, how much of this was complete horseshit? And you look at people, you know, like, so for instance, Tony Abbott is a perfect example. When you actually look back on Tony Abbott's reign and you look at how he was made out to be this clown by the media, he was just a joke. Everything about him was just retarded. Everything he did was wrong. And you realize that every single thing that you were ever told about Tony Abbott was literally just drummed up media nonsense about his public persona, and the fact that he stuttered and froze in that one street interview when he just shook his head. All this stuff, you're looking at it, you realize as an actual politician who did things, he was actually an effective leader and he actually did do good things. But the fact that the media had managed to characterize him as this bumbling idiot he assigned himself the minister for women and he's a misogynist. What a clown. It's just like,
let's not forget, God, an Oxford scholar, a Rhodes scholar, mind you,
a Rhodes scholar,
smart man.
but he ate a raw onion on television, so he's
as
an
a
idiot,
joke,
and
they just made it's disgusting what they did to him.
What Aussie would not eat a raw onion on television for a joke? Most Australians would do that. Let's be honest. Let's be honest about this. The White Australia policy was a policy designed to fight against the fact that yellow, the world, is going to be vastly bigger than White Australia. That's all it was. And it's entirely true.
Of course, Iron Duke is simply using an antiquated way of describing the peoples of that region that would have been...
Absolutely. Susan in Minecraft.
He's channeling Teddy Roosevelt.
Sorry, just one last thing, Marcus. Here's the rub too. When all that stuff with Tony Abbott was happening, that was what, 2015, 2016.
Well, he won in 2014, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so between that period, I was a university dwelling, disgusting. I'm not a progressive, but basically quite left, based on the sort of the milieu that I was swimming in. So you can imagine, being of that age and being of that sort of mindset, I bought everything hook, line, and sinker. So I went into my adult years thinking that Tony Abbott was this retard. It's literally only the past year.
Did you follow the Tone Abbott Facebook page?
Let's just say Friendly Geordies was my idol.
Oh no, God, what are you doing? Oh no, we can't be friends anymore, God.
No, but I completely renounce everything that I ever was before 2018.
The one thing I wanted to just add, because in the end we're contextualizing this for people who aren't Australians. Tony Abbott is the only... I mean, he's no longer in Parliament because he'd lost his seat in the not the election just gone, but exactly, Iron Duke. He's actually thoroughly decent insofar that he's the only member of Parliament. I mean, he's not a member anymore, but in recent times, he's been the only member of Parliament who's been a volunteer firefighter, a volunteer lifesaver, a Coast Guard. He has done so many hours of community work for no pay.
Australian stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Very typical of the old kind of Australian who just helped this community and got involved with, his local, local people and whatever. And whenever he was fighting a fire, whenever he did any of this sort of stuff, he actually saved several people, by the way, with his lifeguard duties. He never once ran in front of a camera. In fact, Tony Abbott was the kind of person who people who know him personally would say he would eschew the cameras because he never wanted to big note his community service and his volunteer work. Now that is a person, and I mean,
typical Australian.
Typical Australian. And listen, he's not faultless. Tony Abbott was an attack dog for Howard, and they did trash Pauline Hanson, and they did some, nasty crap in the late 90s and early 2000s, which
that's the power game, though.
Played a part in. But indeed, is it the power game? And I suppose even the best of us make errors of judgment throughout our life, and we learn. But if we're sort of looking at the whole totality of Australian politics and politicians, if given the chance, I would vote for that man 100 times in front of almost any other parliamentarian today.
100%.
Now, and sorry, Sammy,
go ahead, Chris.
I was just going to say, I can't think of any analogs of any of these people in British government or in not even in American. I mean, Tony Abbott was a very unique character. The last sort of remnants of the truly intellectual and very, very competent leader that was able to manage, geopolitics and trade up to a point that no one else was ever able to. Like, there was a reason why the party picked him, and because now he is, what is he now? He's like a foreign minister for the UK now because they recognize his talents.
Basically, trade attaché, more or less.
Trade,
Yeah,
trade, global
Yeah.
trade. So his ability in global trade and managing global trade as a leader is second to none. He's a very, very smart guy. But as I said, I can't think of any analogs in British politics because even the conservative members of the Tory party, the people, because there are actually conservatives in our Liberal Party as well, and there are conservatives in the Tories in Britain. But they are not in any leading role, and you can see a lot of them
and they're
are now
drained out.
disaffected. They're getting drained out, but a lot of them are very disaffected because they're like, I thought we were conservatives, blah blah blah. But in Australia, we do have a very high, a very large amount of conservative members in the Liberal Party. It's just that none of them.
There are some, yeah. They might take it back, but I'm not betting on it. Personally.
No, sorry, Sammy. What were you going to say?
Well, I have a sort of a general question. Then I see a good one in the chat, but I want to hit mine first because it bears on my gay versus gay hypothesis. Whether we're talking about the global American empire.
I'm glad we're circling back to this, Sammy, because I was about to agree with you 20 minutes ago on that analogy. But go on.
Well, we've got, as most of you in the panel probably know, certainly people who follow on Twitter, follow me on Twitter will know, I hold that it's not the gay, which is short for global American empire, but the GA, which is to say the global Anglo-American empire.
Yeah,
correct.
The way I put it, the United States was the second country to fall to the global Anglo-American empire. The first country to fall to it was
all right.
The first country to fall to it under this line of thinking was the UK itself. That was the first country to fall to the GA, and then the United States. Anyway, so because it's a Commonwealth country, right? Australia comes out of that whole world, right? We can say that the United Kingdom certainly was not under the control of the United States prior to World War II. Right, we can just say that safely. England was Britain was a global power, right?
Yes.
The major change of power rolled over to the U.S. After World War II, paying off Lend-Lease. The British losing their colonial possessions, right? But Australia's a long way away and has very, very deep ties to Britain. Certainly, no kind of ties to the United States just none that would even begin to compare.
And Australia is halfway between the UK and the US and always has been.
Well, that's a good point because that puts you between that's a good point relative to the spheres of power influence, right? And the US expanding itself in the Pacific and becoming sort of the Pacific watchdog, right? Good point. But here's what I wanted to ask. Since Australia would presumably have a tighter relationship with Britain, I would not have imagined that anybody could argue that Australia became a vassal state of the GA or gay immediately after World War II. No. I would have imagined that. So here's my question for you, and then I'm going to ask the second part of this. The first part is, can anybody put a year date or a range of a few years date on when Australians began to get the sense that they had to do what America told them to?
1941. 1941, without doubt. Everyone blames Curtin, but Curtin didn't actually say it. It was one of his deputies.
I was going to say that the fall of Singapore was a watershed moment in that regard.
Right. Yeah, but it wasn't Curtin. Everyone says Curtin says, "Oh, Australia will look to the US despite her traditional ties to the UK," but Curtin didn't even write that. That was one of his deputies.
Correct.
That's from that period at the very beginning of World War One.
Yeah, absolutely. Right at the after the fall of Singapore, as Furious and Chris said. Absolutely, the fall of Singapore was a total disaster for the British Empire. It was.
Yeah, I corrected myself about it being World War II, obviously. But
it was World War II. Yeah.
Yeah. I mistakenly said World War I, and then I corrected myself. Then, yeah. Anyway,
sorry about that. He got it rude.
No, it wasn't rude at all. We're overlapping. So okay, let me come at it from a different direction. Can you guys put a date on when you began to feel that America was the primary cultural influence in Australia?
1955.
Culture.
1955.
listening to
Cult-
American music,
culturally,
watching movies.
I reckon a little later. I
Later.
honestly think potentially if there was like a step one, I would say with the America's Cup and the hawk eating government, and I think number two, because it had such an effect on, and you got to think all of us on this panel were alive when this happened, 9/11. And then this rallying cry of the
Yeah,
neocons and the
yeah.
chicken hawks to
Yes,
go into Afghanistan
yeah.
and into Iraq
Yeah.
and the war on terrorism and the axis of evil.
Coalition of the Willing.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then followed in a pop culture sense, we got all the American shows, we got Big Brother, and we got this, and we got that.
Totally.
We got all this pop culture stuff injected into us at almost the same time. And if there was a second hinge point, it'd be that, in my opinion.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%. Even just after 9/11, and I was in Cooktown, which is a tiny little place in far north Queensland that Chris will know.
Extremely boring place, but
it's actually very pretty. But it's
unless you like fishing, there's no reason to go there.
There isn't.
Yeah.
But I was there with my girlfriend, and we were staying in a hotel, and it was just before we went to Thursday Island, and that's when 9/11 happened. And I remember that my girl and I spent 2 days in our hotel room watching news footage of 9/11. And even I at that stage thought, fuck me dead, this is like something really serious. Having looked back on it now, I'm not so sure I was correct, but
But it does seem as though that's a watershed moment in terms of the United States at that time under the control of the neocons pushing hard to exert themselves and bring everybody into line in this.
100%.
And so that's
and it wasn't difficult. It wasn't difficult to get people like myself, who was a British nationalist, on your side for after 9/11. It just wasn't, because it was.
I'm sure everybody was like, we can't look at this spectacle we saw on television.
3,500 civilians killed, for fuck's sake. Are we
and I mean, look, we got into a fucking a hot war alongside America in Vietnam for what could only be described as a complete disaster and a complete
only war Australia ever lost, and the only one they ever fought, minus the Brits.
Yep, and what was it? Half of them were conscripted, maybe a little bit less were conscripted, a third or something like that.
That's a very good point. So that's in the late 60s, early 70s.
But also, gents, I must say, if you want to know about the Australians in Vietnam, you must watch a movie called Danger Close: The Battle of Long Tan, from 2019. Which is one of the very few non-woke movies you will see from 2019. And it was made by a dude, the producer, an Aussie bloke, had actually interviewed loads of the blokes who fought in that battle. Go and watch Danger Close, The Battle of Long Tan, from 2019.
Yes. So there you go, Semigog. So if we're going to think of, maybe you couldn't say that's a time where culturally we were being led by the nose by America. But
geopolitical reality.
Geopolitically, it's just like,
definitely.
we're talking sending over, hundreds of thousands of men to fight in a war that America, for all intents and purposes, should not have even been fucking involved in the first place. And, we were tagged along in that, and we experienced one of the most horrific and brutal jungle wars, ever to be recorded. And of course, it was televised. So this famously with, the same sort of situation where a lot of returning soldiers had in America, when Australian soldiers came back home after fighting in this foreign war for an ally that, had some sort of dominion over us. When they returned home after seeing the most horrific things they'd ever seen in their entire lives, and a lot of them were destroyed permanently from it, they came home and society basically rejected them because they saw them as just a bunch of bloodthirsty warmongers and killing machines. So it was truly devastating.
Chris, to be fair to the diggers in Vietnam, they didn't lose any single battle they fought. They did, and they never lose.
They had the lowest rate of friendly fire And they
did.
they conducted themselves basically better than anyone there. But I think that was because they had a higher rate of volunteer soldiers, whereas Americans were more conscripted for that war.
Yeah, the same ones that wanted to get out there and get some adventure, get something, other than.
Well, it was more just
life
just
and cook
service.
down.
It was just service to
It was
the military,
national
service
service, and
because that was
the
because as you know, it's
Australians
like
performed brilliantly in Vietnam, and like it took a long time for the Returned Servicemen's League, the RSL, to accept the ex-Aussie diggers from Vietnam to replace like the Second World War guys who were dying off. And for ages, the RSL would not accept them, even though they were just as good as soldiers as the blokes in the Second World War.
Well, let me.
It should be mentioned. Sorry, Semigog. I really have to get this point in. I don't know. I know in America, veterans from Vietnam kind of were treated to varying degrees, but there is footage, right? And there are people who witnessed this. That when Australian troops disembarked after Vietnam to come back, which was after the Gough Whitlam election, which was in this sort of hysteria, right, of Australian imperialism and where the Americans butt buddies and etc. Progressive sort of like hippie types spat on the soldiers when they disembarked.
100%. Yes,
when
they
they
did.
disembarked
Yes, they did.
in this country, right? And like Iron said, they were shunned for years afterwards, whereby probably it was only in the 1990s at the earliest, I'm talking the late 90s, where Vietnam veterans were
100%.
actually interviewed on television and given something resembling a fair shout and were treated with an iota of respect. It took them at least 25, 30 years to rehabilitate them.
Yeah.
And there was never an apology. There was never any kind of recognition and no kind of you might say sort of social justification for what happened. They were treated like dirt. They fought in one of the most horrendous combat conditions that one could imagine. Because, like, let's face it, when it comes to fighting, the jungle and the desert are probably the two worst places to be. And Vietnam was horrible. And like Iron Duke said, they caught themselves extremely well at Long Tan and other places. And that there is a stain on this on this country that is never ever brought up, and it is shameful.
100% furious. 100%. It's disgusting. And like I say, Australia is kind of based on its diggers. The formation of Australia was kind of its diggers in 1915.
Because I mean, we sort of developed. Sorry, Sammy, just a tiny little history sort of thing here. So, the first sort of identity of like the Australian identity sort of popped up in about the 1830s, 1840s, which were, the first children born of convicts. And, Arthur Phillip, when he brought all these people over to Australia, one of the main policies he had was, getting the Colonial Department to also send female convicts as well, because there was an incentive structure for these convicts to start families, right? So there was a high number of marriages and family formations in the early colony, and the original children were called currency lads and currency lasses.
Yeah, currency.
So this is the first sort of
currency,
generation.
100%.
And so once the convict shipments sort of stopped coming over in the sort of late 1800s, we're talking like 1860, 1870. I think the last ones to arrive were in Western Australia for the colony over there. Yeah. So what happened from there was when the real character of the Australians started to take hold, and part of that was shedding this burden of being the prison colony, and because they felt this sort of great sort of shame whenever they'd return home. There was this tainting of their character for being prisoners and convicts and dirty criminals and whatever.
Even though, Chris, the vast majority
I know, but the association was
free sellers.
The association was extremely strong.
Right.
Hughes
calls it the stain.
Yeah, the stain. That's right.
It the stain. They didn't want the stain.
So you can imagine that there would have been. So just one sec. You can imagine that there would have been an enormous compensatory sort of, I guess you could call it, drive to really fucking prove yourself. And that was sort of a cultural attitude for the Australians, was like, yeah, fucking all right. So we've got this historical stain, but we're going to prove ourselves to you. We can do anything. I mean, look at the start. Like, if they were able to conquer the frontier of Australia and survive and build a civilization and become the men and women that they were, then obviously they're amazing. So, and they were like, right, we're gonna, and that's why all the accounts of the Anzacs or whatever by English military and whatever, they said the same thing, which is these Australian troopers are fucking exceptional.
Yeah.
So
100%,
yeah,
100%. Chris, I totally agree with you, mate. But I mean, you've also got to look at the fact that the Aussies in Vietnam, for example, they never lost a battle. Every single battle they were in, they won. In World War II, the Australians were the first Allied men to beat the Germans on land at the siege of Tobruk, when Rommel was trying to capture Tobruk. The Australians defeated them. They were also the first Allied guys to defeat the Imperial Japanese army on land.
Yes.
In New Guinea, which in those days was an Australian colony.
Yes.
The Australians back then were very, very, very tough men.
Oh, yeah.
They really were. They were tough men. They didn't always get everything right, of course, but they were always very fucking tough men. Yeah. And these days, that bit of Australia is getting lost, because these days, every Anzac Day is becoming some sort of LGBTQ love fest, which had nothing to do with the old Australian diggers who would roll in their graves rapidly about what is happening now.
But to quote some of our friends, that has a purpose, and the purpose of that, Iron Duke, is the humiliation ritual. It is to empower themselves to use the mythos to further their agenda. Meanwhile, they anger and humiliate people like us. And those who have come before us who have actually earned that valor. And just on that point, Iron Duke, if I may, because you mentioned Tobruk, is that, I mean, I would know because my grandfather fought against the Australians in North Africa, and it's actually not one of the reasons, but it was actually part of his rationale for wanting to come to Australia.
And furious, many times, the Italians in North Africa were far braver than popular history would have you believe. People like the Bessigaleri and the good Italian units.
Don't start talking about the Italians in North Africa.
No, the Italians often fought very, very bravely.
No, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. I'm just trying to keep us focused.
I was going to say it's another topic for another day, but I appreciate your comment, because it's true, Iron Duke. What you say is very true, but we'll have to maybe canvass that another time. My point being is that Australian, that characteristic toughness and resilience and that bravery in the face of danger. I mean, again, if we're going to use historical examples, I mean, they, along with the Canadians, were the first to breach the Hindenburg line in World War I at Viers-Bretenow. Yeah. They had proven their toughness over and over and over again. And
the
Germans
in World War I regarded the Canadians and the Australians and New Zealanders as the Empire shock troops.
Yes.
Yeah, they did. That's how they regarded them.
Yeah, the English Strasstruppen,
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely, 100%. But I want to say this again, Furious. Like, anyone who thinks the Italians in World War II were absolutely useless is an idiot, because they won. There were some very, very good and brave Italian soldiers in World War II. They had some crappy equipment.
I'm glad you
they had some crappy equipment, but they were mostly a lot of them were good blokes.
So for people, for people listening, So for people listening, we're not just saying, it's not this meme of the crappy throwaway country trying to claim glory for little things that never happened. Like, these are all true things. Like, the Australian military was was always a formidable force. The New Zealand military was the same.
I have to interrupt you here. The first Australian diggers were the New South Wales contingent who went to the Sudan in 1885. And they were pissed off because when they arrived in the Sudan, the British Army got rid of their red coats for khaki ones. And they were the first Australian diggers. And you can, if you go to Circular Quay in Sydney, to this very day, I hope, you can see a plaque to them in Circular Quay in Sydney Harbour. But yeah, the Aussies and the Brits have fought together for a very, very long time.
Well,
sorry, Sammy.
Since forever, since Australia's birth as an identity, they were,
pretty much
together. Yeah, and their valor certainly is not in question. I mean, we open this with discussion of Gallipoli, so yeah, I'm totally on board with all that. I do want to ask, because there was a very interesting question here, and then I want to turn to final questions from all of you to get your various perspectives, each one of you, before we wrap. I want to ask a question I saw in the chat, which is a really good one. What's the state of monarchism and republicanism in Australia? You guys have any thoughts on that?
Chris, go first.
Are we talking culturally or?
Either one, whatever you know about those ideas and their uptake or their rejection or any movement.
I mean, from just observing as a sort of person living in a society, I can, when the Queen died, I mean,
society, Jerry.
We live in a society. When the Queen died, I think that really showed. It brought forth what was left in Australia for the reverence for the monarchy.
Yeah,
lady.
Yeah, totally agree.
100.
So, but I mean, other than that, I mean, we've always had this contingent of Republican kind of people in Australia. But I mean, once the Queen died, we had nothing like what you guys had over there in England. But we did have a very a bit of a shock to the system to realize how attached we are and how embedded we are to England.
It was genuinely mournful.
It was.
Except for pricks like Peter Fitzsimons and whatever, and the brigade.
Yeah.
I don't believe for a second that we will ever be a republic. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think we're just always going to be a nominal satellite colony of England. I think that's just always going to be the case. It's going to come up again that we will have another referendum again, I guaranteed, but we're going to remain. So
as a slight point, I will say, God, and I want to say this now because I would like to get the opinion of the three of you here. I wonder if the and I hate to use this word, but the wokeification of the British royals and the monarchy, right? And this sort of what Oren says, when they skin the thing that you value and they wear it as a trophy, right? Yes. They're doing that with the royal family as well, and this sort of sense of British monarchy as an institution, I actually think might protect it from republicanism in the Commonwealth. That's how I think of it.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
See, I mean, I can't really speak formally of it, but that's just what I'm sort of. Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like as a black woman. That's what it feels like.
Wow.
As a native affirming Australian, Chris.
As a soon-to-be dad.
Yes.
Chris Gard says that. Look, my view is that republicanism was dealt a death blow when Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II died.
Yeah.
I don't think Australians want to be a republic. I think they kind of like having a queen.
Yeah.
And she is the Queen of Australia, let us remember. She's not the Queen of England. She's the Queen of Australia.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Duke, you're talking about the Queen. We now have a king. It's King Charles now, and he's a slightly different.
Well, he is, and I have my disagreements with King Charles, but on the other hand, he's still the king.
When you were bringing up those titles and awards that he, so King Charles didn't actually conjure up these awards and titles for those military personnel that were improving diversity and inclusion. He approved of it, so it was brought to his attention, and he just ticked it. And I feel like a lot of this sort of very shallow, surface level sort of lip service that goes on in that sort of progressive side of society, I think is literally just going to be doing that, which is just lip service and ticking boxes and giving a certificate. But in terms of actually acting as a sovereign power, as a monarch, I think he's actually going to carry on Queen Elizabeth II's legacy pretty quietly and do it properly. But all this other social crap on top of it, I think, is just other people around him trying to get him to continue what he was doing before his mother died. But I have a feeling that he's actually a diligent monarch.
So Brian Wren 21 in the chat says the Queen was a liberal. I don't know if she was or not, to be honest.
No,
but
I
I don't think she was. But he also says we are a province of the gay, and I have to say, I really like Semyagog. I think he's one of the most intelligent
but
people in our sphere.
but
he
However.
thinks the British Empire was part of the gay, and I don't think he's right about that. And one day I'd like to do a stream with him where I argue against that.
well, I'm going to restrain myself.
On the other hand,
I'm just going to take it.
No, Semi, look, mate, I think you're one of the most intelligent people in our sphere, and I really like most of your takes. I just don't think you're right about that one. But
we could discuss it another time. As I said, out of
love
respect
to-
for
love-
you
love-
and in consistency with the theme, I'll just take it.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not giving you any bad shit. I'm just saying, like, I just don't agree with that particular point.
No, you don't understand how difficult it is for an autist like myself. It's like think about you and Furious. When
You're
anything
not an
military comes
autist.
up.
You're less of an autist than me, man.
Well, anyway, so yes.
What is it? Hang on. What is it you call yourself? I'm trying to remember now because it's exactly what I am. You call
correct.
yourself a former rake. Yeah, I was a
well,
former rake, so I get you. All right. But
Right on. It's just it's making me want to like gnaw my fingers off not to be able to rebut it, but that would take the stream in a different direction.
Mate,
So
I'll happily
we'll do it
do.
another
You
time.
come on one of my streams, or I'll go on one of yours, and we'll talk about it. But
Indeed.
I don't think it's the end of the world. It's just like we just don't agree on that stuff.
No, it's all right. I'm not going to cry. We're good.
Can I just say that the
sorry.
Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, it won't be easy under Albanese, has said that. Yeah, it won't be easy under Albanese.
Well said, lady of sure.
Yes.
He has said that Australia will not hold a referendum on a republic until 3 years after the Queen's death, at least. But what concerns me is he wants to prioritise Aboriginal, the First Nations people within the Constitution. And one thing we haven't touched on in this stream, and we may not have time now, is this upcoming Indigenous voice to Parliament referendum.
Keeping Australia left wing.
Yeah, well, it will. It'll
But-
keep it. This is a real thing now. They want this
Very much
Indigenous
so.
voice to Parliament to pass, and I'm very fearful that it will. And if it does, the left will dominate the political discourse in Australia in
Forever.
More than they already do.
more than they already do, if that's actually possible.
Yep. And also it will rob us. It will be used as a way to rob us of what is actually rightfully ours in terms of title and deed over properties.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also it will rob our children of
Racist.
the future because they'll be forced to genuflect to this sort of false god, like all
I
the
think
other
the-
false gods that we're forced to
even more
genuflect.
so. Yeah,
I think the only way they could.
really worries
sorry.
me. This Aboriginal, this Indigenous voice, which has been dressed up in the usual kind of friendly, nice language. Furious is correct. It will disenfranchise our children.
What is the Australian Aboriginal percentage of the population of Australia? It's like less than like 2%.
It's a
Yeah.
fast growing population. I think the
Because
only
they
way
can,
they could
yeah, they
possibly
can
ever,
identify. Yeah.
I think the only way they could ever actually give any more political power to Indigenous Australians to be like a sovereign sort of people in the country is to literally just not let any white people in the parliament and just give it straight to the, because outside of that, like, you know, allowing non-Indigenous people to rule the country in parliament, we've basically done everything you possibly can, because I mean they're asking for government solutions, which is bureaucratic nightmare. We've basically done absolutely everything we possibly can. We've we've given them preferential rights in, I think, pretty much every single domain. I'm pretty sure.
Well, just on that point, Chris, it is worth mentioning, just for our non-Australian audience too, that we had a decision in Australia in the late 80s or early 90s, I can't remember, called Mabo, which actually established something called native title in this country.
Yeah.
And native title has been used for land claims. Exactly. But has been used for land claims all across the country. And it's actually also been used by communities by which to, how can I say this, attain shares of mineral wealth from extraction, and also to gain preferential grants from government.
Yeah.
So we need to contextualize that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Guy, but that was an important point we need to raise.
And this is
Furious. What you are saying here, for people not in Australia, is that Aboriginals have gained rights over land that families have owned for hundreds of years now, where they just get money for nothing, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, one might argue it ruins them, but anyway. And
this is on the backdrop of what we were talking about, Duke, in our history streams, which is that when we're looking at the history of grievance for the Indigenous in Australia, it turns out that basically all of the premises that they're basing their policy of reconciliation on in today's politics are based on complete fabrications. So we are doing all of this. We're doing all of this political activity of appeasement to right the wrongs that actually never happened, and everyone is just going along for the fucking ride. So it's not. It's. I mean, in America, yes, it was a similar sort of thing. Lots of things were made up. Lots of lies were said about the original colonial frontiersmen. And it's the same here, but unfortunately here they have been given enormous amounts of political power to exercise, or maybe not exercise, but they lobby in such a way that things will always be given to them because of the cultural attitudes of people in the political class. And as I said, all of the concessions given to them are based upon false premises of atrocities that never happened.
Yeah, they absolutely, Chris. Like, if you guys want to come and check this out, come and check out the streams I've done with Chris Gard on Australian history. We've done 2. We're about to do a 3rd one. And Australians never did do big massacres of Aboriginals. There was no purpose in doing so. It was all lies. It's still lies. And what we have today is people often who are like 10% Aboriginal. So they're not really. They're like that American senator woman.
Fractional heritage at best.
Yeah, nothing whatsoever. And Australia absolutely throws taxpayers' money at Aboriginals.
Ungodly amounts of it.
And to put it into perspective too, we got to remember, we spoke about it a lot, is with Arthur Phillips, the very first governor of New South Wales, the very first governor of Australia, Arthur Phillips. The policy that he instated was that if anyone did any harm to any of the Aboriginals on the land, they were to be flogged within an inch of their life. But if you murdered one, you were hung. Exactly. If anyone harmed or murdered any Aborigines, that was basically sealing your fate. You were fucked. So the very first engagement with the natives of this land was one of preferential treatment, because that was by order of King George to Arthur Phillips, saying
King
that
George III,
which everything was to be of a conciliatory nature. You were to appease them at all ends, and you could almost say that this very, very quintessentially English or / British approach to colonial engagement, that probably was what led us to where we are now, which is that we were always over liberal, we were always overly
100%,
we're overly accommodating, and we never asserted ourselves with natives. We just basically we tried to give them every inch of grace that we possibly could, and you could say that's the sort of foundation of where we are now. That's how we got where we are, is because
it's almost like we've got antecedents for the gay present in the British Empire.
No, Sammy, you're totally wrong about this. But Chris is 100% that, like, Aboriginals in Australia were always treated as crown subjects.
Yeah,
and like if you killed an Aboriginal, you were gonna get hung.
Yep.
All right,
that's right.
But that isn't what you're saying, Semi, which is a bit different. But Chris is 100% right. And even today, Australia spends vastly more money on Aboriginals than it does on its Anglo-Celtic population or Anglo-Celtic and white population since Furious is hit.
So you know how it was brought up in that very controversial period of AA's little discussions about slavery and stuff, saying that if you were to compare the life of a Jamestown frontiersman, when in the building process compared to, say, an African slave working on a plantation, you would argue that the lifestyle and life quality of a slave with a good master would have a vastly better life than a free settler in Jamestown in the original phase. So you could say it was the same thing with Aborigines, because culturally they were always seen as second-class citizens because they always identified as these sort of native savages. That's just what they were.
And they embodied it. Of about 80 at best,
probably about 60 to 65.
Yeah.
But in saying that, even though they were treated as second-class citizens, and under the Australian sort of title laws, they were second-class citizens, the protections they were offered just by like equal protection under the law of the Crown, they had a vastly better life than the first colonial settlers in Australia who suffered enormously. And of course, as I said, if any of them retaliated to any of the attacks by, like, say, Indigenous person would attack you, but if they didn't kill you, it was fine. But if they did kill you, they would hang the Aboriginal. But if you ever attacked an Aboriginal, even if it was in retaliation to you being attacked, you would get hung. So they were given preferential treatment.
Absolutely.
So I'm just saying all this because this is all the backdrop of what's happening now. Is like, we didn't come here and just come in and slaughter them and fucking, genocide them. It's complete nonsense.
This wasn't Belgians in the Congo. This wasn't King Leopold.
So I want to pass this off.
Even they weren't as bad as, even King Leopold was nowhere near as bad as he was painted furious.
Granted, but I'm trying to make a distinction that people can envisage. So I know what you mean, ING, but I'm just trying to frame it that really, Gard and what yourself and Gard are saying is right, that British colonial rule was actually rather mild, much more so than that is erroneously framed by the media.
Yep.
100%. Like you could have some little outback farm, like you might be a free Australian settler, and you were sent somewhere into the semi-desert, and you had to clear that land by hand with axes.
Yep.
And you cleared it, and then one day you and your mates were out, like rounding up the cows or what it might be, and maybe some Aboriginals came along, didn't like what your missus said, and speared her and killed her. If you then went and killed them, you'd be in bigger shit than anyone else.
Yeah,
that was always the way in Australia. And also, it's worth pointing out that Australia is one of the countries in the world which never had slavery Like there was slavery was always illegal in Australia, basically.
Well, they got around that by using the convicts as slaves.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. But
you are right. Formally,
yeah.
the slavery was always banned. Yep.
Yeah, it was never legal in Australia. But honestly, you and your mates, like the bloke of the farm or station, might be out like rounding up your cattle, and some Aboriginals could arrive at your farmhouse, and if the missus says something that the Aboriginals didn't like, they could spear us to death, and you couldn't do jack shit, because if you killed any of those, you'd get hung.
Yeah,
and that is 100% truth of what it was like in early Australia.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, I don't know what to say apart from that, to be honest, on this particular subject. But I would like to say, like, Australia between 2000 and now has gone downhill so bad.
Yeah.
Like when I first arrived here, Australia was like this wonderland in many respects. Like I said, you could sit on the patio of a pub looking past palm trees to the blue Pacific. And it was fabulous while your girl got her hair done. But these days, if you get in a fight with a bloke in a pub, just the two of you, you'll both get arrested.
Certainly not the
Definitely a mark
lucky
of-
country
yeah.
once was.
Yeah.
If
the
two
lucky
gentlemen
country.
can't, if two gentlemen can't settle their affairs in that fashion, there's a problem.
Yeah, look, you go out
in any state.
Semi, you go outside with this dude. Do you want to go outside? You say that in the pub.
Yeah,
or
that's the
bar.
consent. That's the consent for the fight.
Yeah. And you go outside and you just get in a 1-to-1 fight. And you used to be able to do that in Australia. You can't do it anymore, mate, because you'll
I'm just
both get
laughing.
arrested.
Where was it in America, Semi, where they had street gangland shootings and no one was prosecuted because it was consent. It was a consent to engage in the shooting. Like they were both consenting parties. Where was that?
I had not heard about that one, but it would not surprise me. I guess this brings us around. It's black humor, right? It's some serious Schadenfreude. But I want to make sure everybody has time to speak their piece at the end here. So forgive me for cutting in. I just wanted to ask everybody to kind of give, and I want to leave time for people to shill and the rest too. But I want to ask everybody here, like, what's the future of Australia? What's coming? What are your thoughts about what's going to happen next? What can you tell everybody else that's around the world and other places about what's going to happen there? What do you foresee?
Well, if I could just speak, Furious just referred to Australia as the lucky country, and that name comes from a book that was published in 1964 called The Lucky Country by Donald Horne. And it was a really disparaging book about Australians. He said Australia is a lucky country run by second-rate leaders who share in its luck. So he wasn't disparaging of the ordinary Aussie, but he was absolutely excoriating of the leadership of Australia. And he said they live in this paradise full of minerals and wealth. They don't create anything themselves, and they're parasites, and they take of that. And that book was written in 1964. We're now in 2023, and it's the leadership of the country that is terrible. I think there's still a lot of decent Australians out there, but the head of the body politic is rotten, and that scares me because I have young children who will grow up here, and that really worries me about where we're heading. It scares me because when I was a child, I would have thought that somewhere like Australia was a paradise, and it still can be, but the people driving the bus are really bad drivers. And that
So,
scares
I
me.
mean, we're not going to have any time to play any of those clips that I brought up, but one of the ones there was the very recent. It was a few days ago. The meningococcus vaccine. They're complaining that there's a huge rise in meningococcal because the vaccines are too expensive and parents are not willing to pay the $300 for this vaccine. Whereas I don't believe that for a fucking second. It's very clear to me that this health tyranny that's happened in the past 3 years has scared parents away from anything with the word vaccine in it. And that's obvious. So what that is telling me is that, this is being brought up. This is being brought up alongside the titterings of the prospects that we're going to be entering into another series of mandates, another series of vaccine rollouts, another series of mask mandates. And because now we're going to be having the literal new pandemics, genuine pandemics of legacy diseases that we had squashed properly with good vaccines that we all trusted. Now nobody fucking trusts the health industry.
Massive population importation might play a role in that too.
Yep. So you got to think now we've got this precedent for unfettered government tyranny with health mandates. Now we're going to be having multiple different diseases happening. They're already doing it with the conjunction of cold and flu with COVID. So that was sort of the groundwork getting started. So now meningococcal, now measles, now mumps. Now it's going to be all of these old fucking diseases that were originally crushed by the vaccines. And now all parents are too afraid to vaccinate their kids with anything. So we're going to have massive government tyranny crushing us with all of these different things. So we are in for a very fucking bad time. And I'm not trying to sound like a downer. It's just, they're making all the signals. They're signaling it very strongly that that's where we're going. And I'm very, very afraid of what's going to be coming into, and it's all under the auspices of this, well, I don't know what you call it. That it's this therapeutic, this notion of we've got to keep everybody safe, got to keep everybody, not dead. Even if that means locking everyone up in their house for the rest of their lives, never to see anyone again, never seen in their family. I really think this is where we're going. I think there's going to be a huge public backlash that will actually cause a real problem because it is going to get unmanageable. I mean, I know people tolerate a lot of tyranny, but there is actually a point when, if it goes any further than that,
when civil and lawful action has to be taken. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I even in myself, when all that stuff initially started with COVID, just in myself, I've always considered myself as a pretty, down the line sort of person. I'll never steal anything. I'll speed occasionally, but that's only because I lose concentration on the road with the speedos. So I'll go like 10 Ks over or something. But I'm always in the line. But like when that first initial stuff was happening, I found myself going into Woolworths and literally just like, oh, I'm just going to take this I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it in my pocket. I don't give a fuck. Fuck everything. Like you become a total, I don't know. You just detach yourself from the social order because it's like, well, if I'm not respected as a fucking person, an autonomous person, then fuck this place.
What you're talking about is a breakdown in trust.
Yes, exactly.
You're talking about the social contract, and I feel that too, Chris. I was someone who followed all the rules and went along with things. A good person, went to church, all of that, and now I just think fuck them. And I've been up in court. With COVID fines, and I just think, fuck you. I'm not paying, and this is why I'm still in the system now after all these months. I just think you get to a point in your life where you have to stand for something, and when you see something that is so obviously wrong, if you go along with something that is wrong, I think you lose a piece of yourself.
And the only reason I think that we're ever going to reach that elusive tipping point that everyone was always talking about, like, the population can only be pushed so far before they become riders
before they move.
So all this stuff
overwhelmingly for civil and lawful action.
I mean, this is all still all this, like the first COVID wave. Or I don't want to say wave, but like that. I would call that the first leg. So all of the past COVID stuff for the past 3 years, that was leg one. All right. And we've got many more coming up. But the reason that we tolerated it was because we were still living in a fair amount of material comfort. But now we're seeing all of that fall away. So once that sort of that undergirding of, you know, material comfort and, you know, not having to worry about keeping the power on, not having to worry about keeping the fucking heating on, once that goes away, that's a different fucking story, because that is physically very, very, like, very much affecting you. And when it starts physically affecting people, as people have said before, that is usually when shit actually happens. But as long as everyone's sated, nothing is going to happen. But I think that this is a very different scenario now. Furious.
Hunger and elements do things to people they might consider unimaginable. But just to touch on what yourself and Charlotte have said, I will convey this sentiment, is that, and I say this occasionally, I tend to say this occasionally on Twitter, is that I'm a big believer in the quote by St. Augustine of Hippo, where he says that sovereignty without justice is nothing more than organized robbery. And we have to realize that we live in such circumstances today. Moreover, obedience in the context of righteousness is good. Like, you know, if you have good and decent parents, you should obey and respect them. Indeed, if you have a good and noble lord or liege, you should obey and respect them. But when that is not the case, then your obedience becomes acquiescence to something that is not wholesome. Indeed, if it's acquiescence to something that is debased and evil, then you play a part in that. And that is up to every person to decide for themselves.
Indeed, and I would say the quiescence that we saw throughout the whole COVID thing was representative of a deeper evil that is festered in our society.
Or even if the people themselves are not themselves evil, it is a degree by which people are willing to sell a part of their souls to sort of engage in a Faustian bargain, that people will trade. How can I put this? People will trade a degree of self-sovereignty or self-respect so they can sit in the Colosseum and consume breads and circuses.
I've said many times before that... sorry.
I just wanted to say, when they reach a certain point, there's nothing else a person can do, and I could not blame them for it other than take civil and lawful action. But you were going to say, Chris.
So Furious, apart from sort of the upper class revolutionary types throughout history, you know, like the ones that sort of fueled the Bolsheviks and, you know, whatnot, outside of that as the exception, generally the tactile, I rave on about this all the time, the tactile world, and a world where you actually live in a state of toil, blood, and sweat to produce things and to make things and to be a mover, you know,
one might call it a real economy within a real society, for instance.
Well, I mean, just a Nietzschean, like, you are in this state of
the tangible world as we live, you know.
So it's that in itself that completely strips away any of those preconditions for being a quiescent pig, you know, in that sort of society. But because so much of our society is just this like completely comfortable, you know, just utterly materialistic, no concept of hard work, no concept of cause and effect, all those things. It's like this is why it was able to happen. But so go on.
No, I think in a really strange way, we're sort of coming to the infamous meme about strong men build good times breed weak men breed bad times, and bad times breed weak men. And we, you know, in the end, we'll probably all have different opinions on what we might conceive of as, you know, like the Kali Yuga or something like that. But we find ourselves in these times that are what they are, and we will, through our actions and our deeds and our words, and how we treat ourselves and others, will determine our role in that phase, whatever it is. You know, that's simple. And I tend to agree with you. I think you're on the money, God.
Yeah.
Lady?
I was just going to say that, I mean, you know, the people I've known who went along with the whole narrative over the past 2 years, I think many of them did so just for a quiet life. Some of them, they may have thought, if I do this, the state will leave me alone. But the problem is the state will never leave you alone. And you will see that in the things that we've just discussed. coming through this year. They will be at you. They will never leave you alone. So that
you might say, Lady Charlotte, that it's actually inverse, that every step along this path,
yes.
and every time they get a feedback that there will be obedience or that there'll be submission, actually emboldens the system to overreach more, and then it gets emboldened and overreaches more, and so on and so forth. You know, it starts with, you know, oh, this thing happened in Port Arthur, and then, oh, well, we're going to jab you with this thing 20 years later. And if any of you buck the trend, well, then you're just diabolical, you know, disgusting, bigoted, conspiracy theorist people who become non-person, which is essentially where we find ourselves now.
Which is what happened to us. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
You think, because that's in complete contrast to the Gallic sort of style of civilization, which is just revolution after revolution after revolution, but they ended up with the same sort of style of governance as we have.
It's funny. Funny you mentioned gold just quickly. So sorry, Semigog. Is that, I mean, that is the French, and the French are their own kettle of fish, and let's just put them in their own compartment in the drawer here. But the interesting thing is that if there's one thing to take from, and I say this as someone who's I've read both Plutarch and Tacitus, and I love the way that they describe the Northerners, as they call them, right? You know, the Gauls and the Germans. Yeah. And you're talking about a people who, if you look at, say, for example, the Cimbrian War, where the wives of the Cimbri, when the Romans throw the Cimbri back at the Battle of Vercellae, which is the final battle of the Cimbrian Wars, right? The men are broken by the legions, and they run back to their camp, and it's the women who take up arms and actually strike down their own men, their own fathers, their brothers, their you know, sons and nephews and whatever.
Before the Romans enslaved them, of course.
Well, this is exactly it. And then the women killed the children and then killed themselves, because for them to surrender to Rome and to be condemned to a life in the salt mines where they would be stripped of self-respect, of their identity, of their language, they would not. Exactly right.
The vast majority of the girls.
Exactly. And so that, you know, in that particular instance, in the aftermath of the Battle of Vercellae, those people chose death over submission. Now, I'm not saying that people should make that choice now. I'm just saying that is food for thought as to how people should act, because there is a choice that people can make between acquiescing to something which is fundamentally against you or acquiescing to it.
Yeah, don't start drowning your kids in the bathtub.
I don't know. I think what that really shows is the difference in the world between female and male outcomes. Like, if you fight a war against an empire and you lose as a male, you're going to wind up dead 9 times out of 10. If you do that as a woman, not necessarily. Now, you might end up in a very bad situation, but you equally might end up in a not terrible situation where you're the slave girl of a bloke who kind of likes you, you know? It was always very different.
It was, but in the context of the Cimbri at Vercellae, they could have chosen the fate of the Sabines, where the women went along with the Romans and allowed themselves to be captured and propagated the next generation of Romans. The Cimbrian women did not. Now,
according to legend, but yeah, all right.
Well, legend. You got to think, this is the Romans writing about their enemies. The Romans would have every motivation to wrongly embellish them if they wanted to, but yet Plutarch and Tacitus don't.
If 50 of those chicks decided to do that, that could find its way into a Roman history book, couldn't it?
Well, like, possibly, but in the end, even within, if you even fast forward, for instance, if you read the laws of Wulfstan, who wrote essentially the original body of Anglo-Saxon law for King Ethelred, right, and King Canute, they say much the same, that an Anglo-Saxon, whether he's a Huscarl or a Ferdinand, so whether he was a bodyguard troop or whether he was a levy, if he abandoned his comrade or his liege in battle for sake of cowardice, would surrender his right to property, to attendance of assembly, and would forfeit his life. I mean, this is something that is time and time again proven in northern sort of, you might say, sort of social dynamics, and also within, like, really like almost a religious ethos that motivates their
100%.
own,
I
their
totally
own
agree with you.
perspective of life, which I think is worth admiring. I'm saying that as a Mediterranean.
Furious. I totally 100% agree with
Yep.
you. And my Christian name is like the Anglo-Saxon for a soldier or a god. So yeah, I totally agree with you. I have no problem with what you're saying. But like over all human history, if you rebel against the enemy and you lose, the results for men and women have always been very different. Like men generally get killed or get sent to the salt mines, you know. If
that's a fair enough point. That's a fair enough point. They did get treated differently in war. Now, whether you got
whereas women were admitted into the harem, and yeah, they might have a bad time, or maybe they didn't. It just depended, you know. And that
now,
goes absolutely back.
To come back around to Australia, though, rather than the historical aspects. Although obviously furious, these reflected nicely on the current topic, right? There is a point at which people, when there's simply nothing left to do, civil and lawful action is the only thing that they can undertake. And of course, that very action is what's protected by the democracies and the law and the rest of the enlightened.
Lady of Shalott says spoils of war. Totally right, Sebby, and that's what most women always were in terms of war.
Yeah. So coming back to Australia, what do you guys think in closing here? The future is. It sounds like nobody is very sanguine about the prospects, but could you dig deep within yourselves and look for anything that you think is a possible positive angle, or is that just naivete?
Well, let me be controversial and say a war with China, alongside the Royal Navy and the US Navy, that we might win, and the Japanese Navy, by the way, which is actually pretty powerful, that we might win. I'm not saying we would.
Maybe India too. Yep.
Yeah. There are, like, maybe South Korea, etc. But there is a possibility of a war with China that, if it happens, will absolutely include the Royal Australian Navy, the Royal Navy from Britain, the Japanese Naval Defense Force, which is actually a very powerful navy these days with aircraft carriers. And we might win. And to be honest, from my own point of view, because I don't like the Chinese Communist Party, that might be an okay thing. But I think if it happens, we'll have thousands and thousands of dead on both sides. And my son is in the Royal Navy, so I'm not talking about this from a purely intellectual point of view. Although I'm trying.
You have cards on the table, right? You have money.
Yeah. I want him to leave. My son's in the Royal Navy Fleet Air, and he'll be flying one of those fighters trying to shoot down the Chinese jets. But yeah.
Can I just jump in very quickly? So there is one very little bit of silver lining, which is over the horizon, there's potentially going to be some very good things for Australia in terms of their relationship with China. So we are currently undertaking a very quiet but very real formal detachment from China, and it's actually been done via some very, very odd military operations happening over in Africa. So a lot of these Chinese drug lords that are peddling fentanyl and other things that are directly tied to the CCP are getting assassinated, and they're being done so specifically by our own military. And this is being done with the intention in mind of also economically separating from China. And there's this other thing that I was never considering, and I was only informed by someone privately, which is that majority of all of the what we would call aggressive Chinese property buy-ups that are happening in Australia is actually nothing to do with the CCP. In fact, it is a lot of Chinese dissidents that are trying to get their money away from China, and they're trying to run away from the CCP. So we are actually acting as a sort of sanctuary country for Chinese dissidents. So this is all beginning to, it's paving the path for separating from China properly. So that is one good positive thing that's happening in our future. We just have the problem of our draconian health orders and stuff, but I don't know if I have anything positive to say about that. But in terms of our future, we are definitely going to be pulling away from China, which I'm very happy about.
Chris, if you say so, I totally really agree with what you said. I still think there's going to be a big showdown in the South China Sea. It's going to be the US Navy, the Royal Australian Navy, the Royal Navy, and the Japanese Navy. I think we can still win at the moment, but I think we're going to lose a lot of people. If we do win, probably good. I mean, I don't like the Chinese Communist Party at all. I don't see a reason for Britain to be enemies with Russia, because Russia's not a naval power, really. It's a European power, and I don't care who runs Ukraine, really. But I do think China needs like a smack in the mouth.
Sorry, just one question. Someone keeps saying point rationality. What is point rationality?
No idea, mate. It's like
anyone?
Someone who's always on the internet.
Don't have the context for it.
It's just
it's in the chat. It's in the chat.
Yeah, he's mentioned it like 20
people on the
times.
internet are always saying shit, mate. Honestly, don't
what?
Take any notes.
Are you telling me that people go on the internet and lie? I don't believe you.
Yeah,
okay, here's a quick question since it got touched on, and it's very easy to answer. Before I get closing thoughts from everybody, are they dumping fentanyl on
no.
white working class populations in Australia like the US?
No.
Why would they need to?
We don't have that because our border patrol customs are fucking insane.
Oh,
like we have the most. I think we actually have the world's most protected borders against drug imports, weapons imports, and especially illegal immigrants. The only people that make into this fucking country are allowed in. So in terms of
you go through the airport, you can't even come with dirty shoes. The border controls are that strict.
Yeah. So
right.
And with fentanyl, the only reason fentanyl's in America is because it gets sold to Mexican drug lords and they smuggle it over the border. So we don't have that problem.
It's a cartel-driven thing in America.
On the other hand, like every single drug you can think of is available in Australia from Australians. So, well, semi-Australians anyway. But yeah, Chris is pretty much right.
Fair enough. Well, I want to make sure that everybody had a chance to give their thoughts on what the future might hold. I mean, in terms of whether or not there might be a silver lining. I know everybody's pretty dark otherwise. Iron Duke, I guess there could be a silver lining if Australia participated in a successful,
Sorry, Sammy. Everyone's going on about meth that's in Australia. I'm telling you, that meth gets let in fucking deliberately. That stuff gets through. There is major corruption going on with our Australian Federal Police and the customs.
And you can make that meth.
It's easy, but all of the meth that's coming in from China, that is deliberately being let in. I'm fucking telling you right now. That is major corruption. Sorry.
To what end? Why is it being brought in, do you think?
Well, because it's a major source of income for the federal police.
So it's just straight money.
Yeah.
and corruption of the people, Semi-Ogo.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, you have the same problem with your alphabet agencies selling drugs to make money to fund them. Right. Yeah,
they just seem to, in our case, they like to target populations.
So we are talking tons tons of methamphetamine coming in shipping containers. There's not a fucking chance in hell that any of that can ever slip through inspection. Anything that gets through is let in deliberately.
Chris, have you ever met a guy pre and post being like absolutely addicted to meth?
Yes, I actually do. I have one very good friend. Yeah,
me too. And like their personality changes 100%, right?
Yes.
And in most cases, they're retrievable.
Yeah,
which
you
is
can't save them. Their personality just changes totally. It's not like any other drug.
Anyone who gets this is such sorry, Sammy. This is such a fucking massive derailment. But yeah, anyone who really properly gets on meth for years, like properly gets down dirty in the dirty world, every day, and to the point where one of my friends he prostituted himself as a gay prostitute just in order to acquire it. And that's how desperate he was. But he was a very broken person from the start, so it was sort of his trajectory. But ever since he came clean, you could just tell that he's never been the same. Like it really cooks their brains in a massive degree. So
it destroys them.
And once they go down to those depths, it does something to your spirit. Even let's just say even people like that. Let's just say they get clean. Let's just say they sort of have this spiritual kind of recovery, whatever. In all but the absolute rarest of cases, that person is still broken at some fundamental level in some way. Their spirit is broken to a point that just cannot be fully repaired. It's a bit like if you were to break that piece of fine bone china, you can glue it and put it back together as carefully and as fastidiously as you wish, but you'll still see the crack marks. And humans are like that with those kind of experiences.
Sorry, Sammy, that was a huge derailment. Sorry. Did you want
to? Furious. I've known dudes who were my mates who I got in fights next to against other people who would stand there after they became meth addicts, shouting and swearing at me and calling me a cunt because they just didn't even understand what they were saying anymore.
Yeah,
that is
they literally
they become demons.
Yeah, evil people.
Well, no, they're not demons. More like whatever creatures are slaves to demons in hell. Just these ever hungry, diminishing. It's very
hungry
sad.
Ghosts. Yeah,
hungry ghosts. That's it. Yes,
it'll fuck somebody up for sure. Well, now, Lady of Shalott, did you feel like was there anything under silver lining that you wanted to cover? Were you furious?
I guess, I mean, for me, I just sort of think, well, you sort of look back through history and even my own family when my grandparents lived through World War II, great-grandparents World War, but they faced challenges and difficult times. And each generation has had challenges. We have particularly unusual and difficult and enormous ones. But I guess I just focus on the things I can do in my daily life. I homeschool children. I try and do things in my local. It's that old thing of localism that our friend Yiz, the eunuch, talks about a lot, but she's right. Just try and make a difference in the world around you and what you can, and reach out and try and talk to the people who will listen to you, because many of them won't. I just try to do those things, try and keep sane, keep healthy, and just don't let the bastards grind you down. Yeah. I think that's the key. You've got to keep your own mind. You've got to keep your sanity. And that was pretty hard. I mean, there were mornings when I'd wake up during the lockdown and, just knowing that you had another day of the same thing and another day of the same thing. And I know that it broke some people, but you've just got to, you've got to just remember who you are and keep going and know, and just don't let them grind you down. And that's it, a day at a time. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So like where we were, it was we never had it anywhere near as hard as what Melbourne had it with lockdowns. I think the longest lockdown we had in Cairns was like 2 or 3 weeks or something like that. Yeah. But so like all of our sort of psychic pain was just the abstract one, which is looking at the rest of the country and the madness. And we we were just trying to empathize with people from fucking Sydney and especially people from Melbourne. We were just like, how the fuck are they surviving? If I would have literally been in jail. If I was in Melbourne during those lockdowns, I would have been in jail, because there's no fucking way you could have ever locked me in my house. I would have just gone straight outside. No, fuck you. I'm going to work. I'm doing a work. Like, you know, I don't want your fucking $600 a fortnight. I want to go make some real money. I'm going to go work. And you can't keep me inside, because if I stay inside for longer than a day, I literally lose my shit. So, lady, I don't know how you did it, and I don't know how anyone else in Melbourne managed to cope, but that is just insane. It is really insane. What was it? 252 days in lockdown. 272 days.
In total,
longest in the world.
Yeah, it would have been 9 months if it had been continuous, but there were actually 6 lockdowns, 6 separate ones.
Yep.
So, as usual, it started out as a week, 5 days to flatten the curve, but
Not allowed to venture further than 5 kilometers from your domicile.
At one stage, they reduced it to 3 kilometers, but yeah.
And
Chris, you're my idea of a real Aussie. Honestly, you like if you wanted,
he is.
He's a real Aussie,
dipped in chocolate.
And Lady of Shalott is just a lovely lady with this brilliant middle class Ulster accent, which I really like.
The accent came when I passed the 11 plus and had to go to grammar school, and you should have heard what I used to sound like. Goodness me, because I grew up in a
it was pretty much
really tough part of Belfast, really tough. And,
I know.
Yeah,
I did a tour there. I know what you're saying.
Well, you'll know. It was really rough, and I guess so that kind of gave you. Yeah, it did, but it gives you I don't know, for the stuff that happened over the past couple of years. I just thought, if you survive the streets of Belfast, there's no way you're taking this.
Yeah.
It's just bullshit, and I'm just not taking it. And so,
I see people in the chat talking about simping to Lady of Shalott. And what you guys don't realize is that in the 1983, I did a tour in Belfast with the British Army, and hearing an accent something like Lady of Shalott's was really good, because that meant they didn't want to kill you.
They weren't going to kill you.
Yeah.
Right.
That was a loyalist accent.
That would make an impression, right? Would immediately make an impression.
It really did, and it could be a much rougher accent than Lady of Shalott has now, as she rightly said, because there were loads of working class bits of loyalist Belfast.
Trust the bud.
Fine, man.
I love that song. I love that song so much.
He's gonna have to produce his own. Well, now I furious. Did you have an angle on that you wanted to cover?
I do.
Silver lining of any kind, if you can see.
And in some way, well, you put this way, it's probably a grey pill you can snap in half, and there's a white pill and there's a black pill. I'll start with the black pill. I'll get the hard one out of the way first. Is that I actually think that, and as I said before, Semigol, I'm one of the few people who actually agree with you on the GAAE distinction. I think it's important that we sort of canvass that entire axis, and one can even extend it. If you think the home of the revolution is Paris, you could actually call it the Paris, London, New York, Washington, Los Angeles axis. But anyway, I digress. But I think there are a plethora of reasons why I think the United States of America, in some form or another, will continue, or at least a legacy America as we understood it will continue in some way. I do not think that is true of Canada. I do not think that is true of Australia and New Zealand. I think we will struggle to see a survival of Anglo-Brythonic culture in its own homeland.
Wow.
I don't know how it's going to transpire. I could be entirely wrong. I actually hope to be wrong on this account, But I think the problem with Oceania, in this case, I'm saying Australia, New Zealand, is that we are so far from Europe, even though we are outposts of Europe. I do not know that we are going to be able to. If we were the people that we used to be, I would be far more positive about this. But when I look at the average Australian, when I look at the average Australian politician, when I look at the average Australian bureaucrat, I do not see a country which is able to survive. And touching on what Einjuk said a little bit earlier when he's talked about, say, like the boys who stormed the beach, who stormed Gallipoli, who fought at Villers-Bretonneux, who fought at Tobruk, who fought at Longtan and Vietnam, and this and like we've all spoken about, the Bushmen, the outlaw, the Ned Kelly types, the Burke and Wills types that built and made this country what it is. That those kind of people, there's few and far of them left. There's few and far of them remaining, rather, and more of them die with each passing year. And as that happens, we have become a different country and different people. And when I look at the challenges that are before us, be it economically, militaristically, geopolitically, I have, and I say this as someone who's I'm sort of, I work with my parents and have a family business, and I'm trying to build a legacy of my own. But I actually think that the survival of our people might actually be a return to where we actually come from, because I don't know that I think countries like Australia and New Zealand suffer from Galapagos syndrome, and that they have been so isolated and confined with plenty for so long that they're not used to genuine hostility. Whereas there's something innate in Europeans, and particularly continental Europeans, that even though they've lived under this auspice, one might say an anomaly of history where no one's invaded each other for a few decades, Europeans are historically used to this, and it's also in part why the British have the bent that they do, being on the island. I don't say that with any disregard for the British people; it's just an observation. And I think I think we stand to confront very challenging times. But what I will say is this: is that the very best, also the very worst, but the very best of humanity also shows itself in those times. And I always think that the people are always quick to make analogies to Rome, and sometimes they're not the best. But the thing is in Rome is that if you look in the dying days of the empire as unified, like the big imperial Rome that we all imagine, with legions and whatever, even in its last days, there were still heroes. There were still people that existed, like Constantine, like Majorian, like Stilicho, like Flavius Aetius, that when the Huns came knocking, they still cobbled together an army and actually threw back the greatest warlord of their age, at the Battle of the Catalonian Plains. That even though the barbarians did subsume West Rome eventually, that it wasn't done, in a heartbeat. It didn't happen instantaneously. Brave men didn't just vanish into the night. Men fought long and hard to sustain some form of Rome. And then, even after the Western provinces did fall to the Visigoths and the Ostrogoths and the Alemanni and the Franks, etc., that a new metamorphosis of Rome continued in Constantinople for 1,000 years, albeit in a Greek guise. It continued nonetheless. And I mean, you and I have both been to Turkey, Semigog, so we know what we're talking about. Is that even though it is not the Rome of the Republic, it's not the Rome of Caesar and Cicero and Fabius Maximus and Scipio, it's a continuation of that civilization nonetheless. And I do believe that after a period of atrophy, there will be a European civilization that will continue, but it will depend on good people, on strong men and women, of courageous and decent men and women to sustain that civilization. But it is up to people like us and people who think like us and for people who cherish the things that we do to continue it. And that is within our power of control.
So you're not, are you advocating for repatriation?
If it gets bad
Easy
enough,
now,
because
if it gets bad enough, Europeans will have to go home, because in the end, if we're going to be guilt tripped and we're going to use our own genetic existence is going to be a flaying stool for the political elites to humiliate us in our own homeland, there's no way for us to have a good life.
Well, I'm not going fucking nowhere.
And nor should you, God.
No, I mean,
Is that
I
4X?
thought yes, it is exactly a 4x gold.
100% God. 100%.
Not even joking. I mean, I very briefly had a little period of getting juiced up with the fire of the prospect of repatriation because of one of my dear friends saying it's very difficult for us to bang on about the idea of blood and soil. Yes, yet we don't grant that sort of privilege to the Indigenous people. I mean, even though they never actually claimed it to be their land, they were just of the land. But by the same token, I was like, well, you know, if we're going to rattle on about England for the English and whatever, I can't sit here saying, oh, Australia for the English too. It's like, well, but then I very quickly got over that and realized that we have very deep roots here and our legacy as Australians living here. I mean, even yourself coming from the Italians, the first wave of Italians that came over after the First World War, you know, there's a very strong legacy there. And as you said, the Anglo-Med alliance is a strong one. And I've always fucking loved my Italian and Greek friends in South Australia. Nice. They're the best people to be around because you'd go, especially the Italians, you'd go over to their house any holiday, any time of the year, and your friend's mother instantly wants to adopt you as her own son. You know,
they'll make you fat, like you.
Yes. You know? It's like they're the fucking best people ever. And you know, with the Italians that you don't have that same thing with, you know, like think of the Balkans, you know, the Eastern European, the Balkans, who are like, you know, yeah, they're really friendly and they want to feed you, but there's also that undertone of like, oh, if you don't listen to what they say, that, you know, the dad might actually bash you or something.
Yeah, you'll get like shanked in the ribs with like a
whereas the Italians are genuinely friendly as hell and they love you and and you know they want you as part of their family. And it's
Chris
like,
God, you are a legend. You're a brilliant legend.
Indeed.
You are the last real Aussie, I think.
But here's the thing: if we move out of Australia, then that goes away. That's it.
I totally agree with you.
I totally agree. If I may defend myself, I'm merely saying that.
Yeah,
I'm merely saying that we shouldn't just like go. What I'm saying is, if it gets to the point where we actually cannot live as we should live, and if it's a difference between, you know, like being dead in all but name, shall I say?
Yeah.
Or going to Constantinople. Constantinople's a better option than the actions.
Let's take back.
Then it is a better alternative than the ashes of the Capitoline.
Furious UK is heading towards what you just said. Where you just cannot live.
Yeah,
and
that's why
we're getting
Australia is maybe 10 years behind. Maybe
we're getting past the scope of the discussion.
Sorry.
I mean, we're 4 hours in, and you guys have just hatched a fucking dastardly plan to retake Constantinople.
Well, which we should.
At this point,
we will take back Jerusalem.
Semi-Agog, I haven't had my last say yet, so I hope you'll let me have one.
Yes, please go ahead.
All right.
No Roman Empire talk.
All right, I'm going to say a couple of things. I'm going to say Chris God is the last real Aussie, and he almost is.
He's got thighs like two fucking hams.
No, Chris God, like, he's a musician who's actually a manly man. And go and look at his channel. He really does good stuff. And I would say to Furious that, like, one of the things that's been true in Australia for a long time is that, like, you know, people will say, go to Melbourne because it's full of really cute Italian and Greek girls. And if you like dark-eyed Mediterranean girls, which I do, go there by all means.
I applaud your fine taste, Iron Duke, in women.
Oh, I absolutely do. But then you also have to remember, Furious, as I'm sure you know, like, there are northern Italians who will absolutely drop their gorgeous blonde girls. So, you know,
correct.
Yeah, it's like don't get too upset about that stuff. Lady of Shalott is a brave mother who is trying to do the best to defend her children. And no one can do anything but say that's great. I
Thank you.
don't know what's going to happen with Australia. I don't. It's a good country full of a lot of very good people, but it's very like UK or Italy in that many of the people don't know really what's going on because they just watch the MSN.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Andrew, if I may say so, I think this is where the Anglosphere, and by that I mean Britain and the Commonwealth, differ from continental Europe. Is that even though, for instance, like France and Italy and Spain, countries such as that, have their problem, I think there's something inside of the continental European that is used to like the idea of conquest and reconquest and revolution, be that revolution good or bad. Whereas I think and I have a lot of respect for Britain because you might say the British realm has done very well for my family, and as a person steeped in history, I admire a lot about Britain historically, right? But there is something about this whole post-Cromwellian, post sort of parliamentarian Britishness or Englishness that makes it like almost incapable of diagnosing the thing that's killing it. And I think there is something fundamentally blocking the way of some kind of route back, as it were. Whereas I think like if things got bad enough in Italy or in Greece, right? Like if something if a straw broke the camel's back, I would have a degree of optimism. I just don't see that actually happening in Britain. For example, very briefly.
You got to let the man finish.
Yeah, hang on. If you look at like BLM, right, it was primarily an Anglospheric thing, right? In Britain, well, obviously mostly in America, but Britain and Australia as well. We had our monuments desecrated, statues get torn down. We have to, we're made to sort of question and almost disregard and at times dishonor our own history. Not a single monument in Italy was touched. And the moment, right, some leftist internationalist force tries to do that in Italy, let me assure you, I do not think the Italian people will respond the same way, or the Greek people, or the Spanish people would respond the same way as we did in the Anglosphere. And that is, I think, the ultimate difference between them. Yeah, and I say that with no disrespect to the Anglosphere, by the way. I just want to say
look, I love your military history stuff, and I'm not disagreeing with you in the slightest degree. And in fact, there's a memorial to Royal Australian Navy sailors in Melbourne that got some Aboriginal shit sprayed over it that I complained about that they eventually came and cleaned off. So I absolutely understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and I say that with no animosity towards
I know. Listen, man, I'm not taking it that way at all. I see what you're saying.
I'm
glad. Like I said, you're a military historian, and there ain't many of us on the right. So, and I think you're a good military historian, by the way. What do you think about the current leader of Italy, for example?
When's your first book coming out, Furious?
Wait.
I haven't even got a Substack yet.
Right, we can't shift gears to his current views on the leader of Italy.
No. It'll be this will be short, semi-honest.
No,
I just want
it won't. It won't. It's going to go for ages. No.
I can answer this in a sentence. I can answer this in a sentence. One
sentence. If he thought she was cute, because
okay. I can answer this in a sentence. Iron Duke, fairly cute, but to answer the other question, a step in the correct direction, but we have yet to see more. Full stop.
Yeah.
There's the answer.
100.
The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. Okay, so Iron Duke, correct. Can you wrap up your views for us? I'm sorry, Lady of Shalott.
Can I? All right. Britain ain't dead yet. Australia ain't dead yet, but we're really on the edge. I think that's really my view. Britain is not part of the gay, whatever Simeo Gog says. But But yeah, we're really on the edge, and we're struggling at the moment. And there are loads of great Brits and loads of great Aussies, including in the armed forces, but the leadership is almost totally corrupt. So yeah, I guess that's where I am. I would love to do a debate with Semyagog about the British Empire and if we're really part of the gay. But he's not very keen. He's not all that keen to do it for some reason.
Perhaps it's because I'm terrified of being found out and exposed in front of so many people.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
Here's your homework. Here's your homework.
You're way too intelligent.
You could take this off. You put this in your pipe and smoke it. Right? You can head off, and you could take a look online. Just type for Wedgwood, like Wedgwood ceramics, right?
Yep,
China porcelain.
Yeah, I know who Wedgwood is.
I figured you would. Do a search for that, and just put "Am I not a man and brother?" or go to the British Museum website to their online collection and just type. Well, it's just the British Museum collection.
But you're talking about now today.
Well, no,
if you think I've got anything to do with like modern Britain in 2020,
wait!
You're losing your mind.
I'm not losing my mind. What I suggested you to do for your homework is to head over to the British Museum website, which has historical artifacts from the period when Britain ruled the waves, and just type in abolition. And look at all the images from engravings and newspaper articles and Wedgwood pottery and everything else.
Why?
That is an absolute like Lizzo level worship.
Why?
Black as an idealized
character. Why?
So that you will see that in fact the gay did not begin with the United States.
We'll leave that for another time.
Did the gay begin in Britain?
Semyagog, this stuff all happened. Semyagog, this stuff all happened in the last, at most, 20 years.
Keep telling me
not right?
That. Now we're going to have to wrap that point. What I want to do.
Yeah, all right. Listen, mate, I'll debate you some other time. But
indeed,
yeah. I think we can. I do think the Anglo-Celts can survive in Australia and Britain. But everything is against us. Everything is against us, basically.
All right. So what we and let it not be so, because I wasn't really sure about the Aussies with Furious, you know. But Chris Guard,
what did I do wrong?
I really like Australians now because of Guard. Yeah.
Oh, he's great. He's great.
Stop it.
Furious is like
Chris, God. I don't like ones. I got to go home.
Empire. Furious is the Roman Empire.
Thank you.
And that is the absolute basis of Western civilization.
Absolutely. And he's he is my go-to for military history, not just ancient history, but World War II too, as well. Okay. So, and I do mean that. And I have to pitch AM too, Apostolic Majesty's channel. Hoorah. Yes. Now, everybody here, I'm just going to go around, starting with Guard, ending with Lady of Shalott, because we're going to give Lady of Shalott the last word. Each of you, shill y'all shit now.
Am I going first?
And thank you. Yes, you are, Mr. Guard.
All right. So I think I should. Sorry, this 4X Gold's good stuff. I want everyone to go to Iron Duke's channel. We did a couple of presentations on Australian convict history and the Aboriginal situation. They'll be found under the live tab on his channel. And there we talked at length about the origins of convict transportation, the political sort of implications of it in England in relation to the American resistance and the ratcheting up of tensions with the French, and how much of it was a strategic move to station Pacific outposts in Botany Bay and Norfolk Island. And of course, we talk a lot about Aborigines and our interactions with them at the time. It's all very interesting, and I really urge you to go listen to it because you're going to learn a lot of information, and I learned a lot on researching for it. So yeah, so go check that out, and obviously go to my channel. But I mean, it's just a bunch of musical stuff, so it's just listening to songs and stuff. I'll be making more music throughout the year because my daughter will be being born, so I'll be taking lots of time off work, so I'll be making lots of music as well as being a father. So yeah, so I'll be a lot more active online. And yeah, hopefully we get to do a lot more of these sorts of things in the future. And I really want to do another one of these streams with Semi because that'd be amazing.
Anytime, my friend. You are very welcome. I did just realize, though, that when I talked about, they have things like Macquarie Harbour in Western Australia, I was thinking of Western Tasmania and talking like a dumbass.
is.
It was very gentle. It was very gentle of you to correct me in that fashion by simply politely saying Norfolk Island. I thank you.
Yeah, well,
Thank you.
yeah, Norfolk Island was one of Macquarie Harbour, Norfolk Island, Port Arthur were very similar in the way that they were the last resort for punishing recidivist convicts.
The worst of them.
So it's like, so you're talking a hellscape. Australia, as it was already a hellscape for convicts, and those places, Macquarie Harbour, Norfolk Island, whatever, were the hell inside of hell. Like,
well, I'll tell you
the
what,
worst of the worst.
If Iron Duke keeps talking this shit about how Britain wasn't involved in it, send him to fucking Norfolk Island. But now, in all seriousness, Iron Duke, thank you very much for coming on. We will settle this other dispute in future. But this evening, in addition to thanking you, I would ask you to shill what needs shilling, sir.
Okay, first of all, everybody should subscribe to Lady of Shalot's new YouTube channel, because she's a lovely
shilling.
Thank you.
Yep, she has such a lovely middle class loyalist Northern Ireland accent. And my first tour in the British Army was there, and people who spoke like Lady of Shalott were not trying to kill me, so I kind of like them. I would also say everybody should subscribe to Chris Gard's channel, because Chris Gard is probably the last of the Australian diggers. He's just like your typical Aussie, who when I arrived in 2000 were like most Australians, and nowadays they're not. I would say go and look at Furious, because Furious is one of the very few military historians on the right. And like when he's with Apostolic Majesty constantly says, I'm not interested in military history. And the only thing that keeps him online about military and naval history is Furious Pertinax, who is obviously and rightly proud of his ancient Roman ancestors. And I would also say, no, just true, man. And also go and subscribe to Semi-God, because Semi-God is one of the more intelligent Americans I know. And I know a few. I know a few. And also, obviously, come and subscribe to 99 Duke, my channel on YouTube. And every Saturday, you can hear me and our guests, sometimes including Chris and other people, talking about issues from a British and Commonwealth, old Commonwealth, i.e. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and back in the day, South Africa, perspective of what's going on in the world today. I don't totally agree with Semi-Go about, Britain being part of the game, but I'm happy to debate that with him if he ever
Norfolk Harbour.
I think it should be. I think it should be pointed out too that, I mean, I spent a lot of time in academia in my early 20s, and I spent a lot of time consuming a lot of very intelligent people. But this is the only reason I stuck to the AA sphere, was because of how fucking blown away I was with the intellectual prowess of the people that sort of surround AA, and Semi-Agog and Mr. D and Marcus Furious Pertinax here, which is sort of part of the central kind of circle of that. I'm just fucking blown away. And Apostolic Majesty is another one of them that is sort of always vocal in that area. And that's the only reason I stuck to it, is because, as I said, like I swam in those waters for a long time, and no one came anywhere near close
Chris,
to those guys.
would you, Chris, also AA adjacent, I would say, was the distributist, another very good man.
Yep.
Absolutely wonderful guy. But before we get all wet-eyed,
Yeah, lady.
all the great people.
lady.
No, she goes last because she's got.
Oh, sorry.
First, we're going with the fucking Italian, Marcus Furious.
That
You know
like
that
that almost sounds like an immigration policy.
Yeah, hang on. Before you guys talk about Italians, go and watch a brilliant Italian crime TV series called Gomorrah. It's got like 5 or 6 seasons, and like it makes The Sopranos look really silly. Go watch it.
That tells it. All right, Furious. I will isolate. Furious. Go ahead.
Well, all good. Well, to save me having to repeat, of course, everyone here should be following Mr. Guard, Mr. Iron Duke, and Lady of Shalott, and of course, Semigog. This has actually been one of the more enjoyable panels and shows to have done. It's been good fun, and of course, Semigog is a gracious and wonderful host as always. The chat's been wonderful. And I just want to say, just to sort of tangent onto what Mr. Iron Duke and Cardinal all said, and of course Lady Shalott is a part of this too, is that we have to count in times of difficulty, which we find ourselves in today. We have to count our blessings where we have them, and to have the circles that we do, and to have the peers that we do, to have the people who, because in the end, without the viewers as well, and the the commenters and whatever, we would be doing this for peanuts, but it's those people and all the the patrons and the subscribers and the super chatters who make this all possible. So thank you to everyone to whom that description fits, because that is a motivation for those who create content. I mean, I'm not quite there yet. I'm just a shameless channel jumper at the moment, but I will get around to doing something
you have to start an ancient Roman channel. Furious.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was supposed to be a final shill. Don't you go sneaking in some final closing conversation.
Indeed.
The script.
I will say that I will get to that, Mr. Iron Jew, don't you worry. But I have written a couple of drafts. I probably will start with Substack in the next few months, because I think there's a lot, and because also, Semi, this is where you and I sort of talk about the modern situation in Ukraine, and I think there's some good historical analogies there. But indeed, I just want to thank everyone, because it's another year, and when every new year comes along, I like to sort of count my blessings and see what good things that I have, and having fallen into this sphere has been a real blessing. And I'm whether it's people on Twitter or conversations or questions, super chats, whatever, fellow peers, I often have to pinch myself, because I just think that this is such an amazing thing. So thank you for everyone who makes that possible. And Semigog, you've been fantastic as a host. Thank you, sir. And I shall pass it to Lady of Shalott.
Oh, thank you. What can I say that hasn't been said? Thank you all so very much, and thank you, Semigog, for inviting me. It's been a real privilege, and we do need to think about the things we have. We have a great community online, and we need maybe to try and do a few more things in real life. And that's been something that's been difficult to do in Australia, but hopefully we will try and get some Skildings type event going here in Australia, maybe at the end of this year, perhaps early next, but we will get there, and we'll try to get small things going. There's a great community of people here. There's Duke, Chris, Furious, Joel Davis is up in Sydney. He's done some great streams on the history of Australia as well. So we're a disparate group, but we're here, and we need to reach out to each other. And thank God that we're here. But thank you so much. And I've just uploaded a little short introductory video to my channel. So I've put the link in the chat a few times, and I'd be so grateful if anybody wants to come along and say hello, and I'll try and get some content up. It takes time. I've got children and homeschooling and things, so it takes me a while to get things done, but I'm getting there a day at a time. So thank you. And honestly, thank you so much. I've really enjoyed the stream, and may the road rise to meet you all.
Indeed. May the road rise to meet you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Lady of Shalat, I have not yet put the link for your channel.
Oh, I
into
put
the
that. Yeah, I
description yet,
put
but
it in the chat because it wouldn't.
Yeah.
But it's dreadful. I think this computer is just conspiring to
I'm
thwart me today.
I'm just letting you know that I was unable to do it while the stream was live. So anybody who's listening who wants that link, who can't find it back in the chat, I'll be pasting it in. For those of you who come in to watch this later, you should already see her link below. But that is in Lent tomorrow.
That's terrific. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Yes, indeed. It is my pleasure. Everybody should go and subscribe. Again, likewise, I look forward to checking out Furious Pertinax doing a Substack. I will be watching that with great interest. Go check out Iron Duke's channel, most certainly. And do not forget Chris Gard the Bard. The primary reason I now like Australians. So really, it's unexpected.
I just say, Semi, I just forgot to mention our mutual friend, the Franklin, as well, who should have been here really today, but he's got other things in life. So the Franklin, check him out. Wonderful.
Hopefully we get a full panel next
Australian
time.
channel.
He's a good man.
Yes, yeah, very much so. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I'll check out his stuff with interest. Okay, well, listen, thank you all. And for everyone who followed the stream tonight, thank you very, very much. Go buy my books. Subscribe to me in these various places. That's my closing shilling. Thank you all for joining us, guests, and thank you all for watching. Wonderful viewers, beautiful people, one and all. Until next time, I am Semi-Agog, and I am out.